Ach, you call that an MP5? Das ist ein Hey, look at this. The way you massacred my boy. This is absolutely chunky, yeah. Isn't this already patented or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do this. You're messing with German engineering. Where is the magnets? Hans, I think we have a problem. Ich habe eine MP5, you give a little slap. Ich habe eine MP5, you slap it just like that. Ich habe eine MP5, we have a little fun. Ich habe eine MP5, was 3D printed war.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap. Do you mean to tell me that you made this in your... Yeah. Oh, I still don't quite understand. You mean you just squirted it? What? I squirted it, yeah. I squirted it out of the 3D printer with plastic in my living room, yeah. I'm scared. This could mean anyone could 3D print it into a living room. I think that's the point, yeah. But it's very scary. Well, sometimes the world is a scary place. Slap it with your left, slap it with your right. Slap it in the day and slap it in the night. Slap it like you mean it. Slap it like a god. I slap it when I see it. It always gets me hard.
Listen, I didn't come all this way for you to just be gentle with me, alright? I need you to slap me hard. I need to go into battery, alright? Give it to me. Don't hold back.
Do the HK slap.
Okay, we're finally here.
Ow.
Fantastic, fantastic. How's everybody doing today? I'm a little bit late. You may have noticed, but that's okay. That's fine. We just go with it. Hey there, sort of a demon. Thank you for being first, as you usually are. Pajit and Kumar are in fact fuming, and they are in fact going home. Or they're being prevented from coming in the first place. I don't think it's I don't think there's quite enough salt to be found on the r/H1B, but we're gonna have to give it a little bit of a moment to build in, so to speak. Now, reminder that if you don't have ad block like a good little boy, there is a parallel stream going on YouTube. So if you do have the luxury of being a PC gaming god, you can just open the stream in the other tab while the ads play. So go to YouTube if you need to skip the ads. Otherwise, stay on Twitch, because Twitch is the privileged chat, because I am too lazy to set up redeems. And realistically, YouTube has not given me enough views to justify working on that stream at all. All right, so I have quite a few things to react to, because I did have to skip Wednesday for work, as it sometimes happens. I forgot to turn on the lights in my room. You know what, give me a moment. Okay, much better. I need, since I don't have sort of front-facing ring lights, because I'm not a homosexual, I have to rely on my ambient light for the camera to have enough oomph to actually get accurate tracking. That's neither here nor there. I also need to pull up my Iron Halo. Ah, hey, what the fuck? I said I want the Iron Halo. What the fuck is your Interesting. Let's troubleshoot that real quick. What if I... That one works. The fuck? Okay, I guess we get to troubleshoot live on air. Let's see. One of the timers bump off. Rash guard, shirt off. Plate carrier, Iron Halo. Interesting. Is it the Twitch command that's fucking up? I'm not sure. It is a toggle and it is a Boolean. Okay. Well, we fixed it, and that's what counts. Whew, I actually didn't even pull up everything that I wanted to react to. So let me pull this up to the side, and we're gonna share in some Twitter funnies that have also happened. We're gonna look at this later. Different techniques, yes, they did. I am forced to abandon my previous mantra of nothing ever happens. I mean, in the long term, in the end, nothing does really happen on a long enough stretch of time. But you know what? I'm willing to concede that sometimes we can have a little happening as a treat. Just a second. Just a second. We're opening a lot of Twitter, actually. I think it's time to just migrate some of these over here. I do not have, I have tabs for stuff, but it's just that my tabs are not organized. So please bear with me as I pull up all of the relevant material. I know that's not the correct use of the word. Oh yeah, that one fucking goofy bastard is what I will also be looking at. All right, we're gonna put you over here. All right, I think we're all set. So, I found this
and almost forgotten.
I found this in my recommended feed. So this seems to be a jiu-jitsu film from 1943, which seems to be from a school that was attempting to reconstitute or preserve a native Japanese school in a dojo based in Hawaii. And actually, many such cases, since there was a lot of Japanese immigration pre-war to Hawaii and even more post-war, a lot of Japanese people, especially ones with confirmed lineages in martial arts, have moved to Hawaii. Unfortunately, I think most of the martial arts there have badly degenerated. Based on my experience with, for example, visiting Kyokushin schools of a significant vintage, but we can get that in more detail.
Is Professor Henry Shishiro Okazaki, founder of the American Jiu-Jitsu Institute of Hawaii. Professor Okazaki was the first person to teach judo and jiu-jitsu to any American, regardless of age.
American Institute of Jiu-Jitsu. I wonder if it is still functioning. Institute of Jiu-Jitsu. Would have probably spelled it correctly. Jiu-Jitsu with the W. Hawaii. American Jiu-Jitsu Institute. Okay, they still have a website. Interesting. They are a 501c3. Okay. Home events organization. Mission statement. Aha. Okay. There is a mission statement. Board of directors. It's populated. President, Professor Daniel Saragosa. Scott Horiguchi. Okay, so they still have some heritage Japanese there. Well, just the one actually. So there is a significant risk that it's gotten diluted to some extent. I wonder if there's any media where I could see forms and downloads techniques. So Kazushi. Okay, so the structure seems to be consistent with that of traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu. We have shoden, shuden, okuden, kuden, and kapo and satsu. Okay. Oh, it even says kapo. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what their shoden looks like. There's no demonstration. Single hand escapes. Ryote hazushi, katate hazushi. Okay. Yubitori hazushi momi. So I like the curriculum seems to be preserved, but I would like to see it. Is there any media that I can track down? Black belt roster, resources, registration, program, forms and downloads, links, store contacts. Is there an illustrate Okazaki massage set? Okay. I would like I would like to get in touch with the curriculum. All events. Are there any events? There are still ongoing events. Okay. Ohana 2026 bring together Kodenkan Danzanryu practitioners. Organization board of directors, 3 members, school directory. Okay. Kumite Ryu Jujutsu. That was definitely a name that an American came up with. Kodenryu. Oh no, there are a lot of member schools. Okay. Any in Texas? Texas. Bay Area Self-Defense in Houston. Best Martial Arts. Pasadena. There's a Pasadena in Texas? Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's a Italy, Idaho. Okay. California, because of course. It is unfortunate that a lot of good martial arts schools are confined to California. Goshinryu Kempo Jujutsu. Hawaii. AGI headquarters. Horiguchi Kodenkan Honbu. Okay, I see dojo. Can I see gallery? All right, conventional judo. That's always good. It keeps the art healthy. Akira Horiguchi. Okay, so I think some old style dojo interiors. You'll love to see it. History, control class info. I would like to see forms technique list. Is the technique okay? So Yawara Nagi no waza, Shime waza, Oku no kata, Kiai no kata, Fujigoshin no maki, Sekijutsu. Okay, so this looks like a somewhat different set of techniques, likely because they're interlacing that with the judo curriculum, which is not a bad way to do it. So they are teaching, what was it? Danzan Ryu. I would like to Danzan Ryu. I wonder if there's any contemporary demonstrations of it. Usually these older schools keep their formal lists to sort of a tasteful minimum. I preferably would like to see it actually demonstrated by someone with direct lineage, preferably Japanese.
Suppleness and flexibility are the main focus of Kodenkan Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu.
Nice. So a
Traditionally
makikomi.
concentrating on throws, locks, breaks, and chokes, which are used to neutralize an opponent.
You know what? I kind of like this. That's definitely a Tayotoshi. Goddamn. Okay. West Texas Kodenkan.
What is up, everyone?
I do not like that fit, my guy. Like,
My
okay.
name is Robert Aragon, and I am a student of Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu, also known as Kodenkan Jiu-Jitsu. And what I'm going to do today is show you a few of our techniques and to forget some things. So, without further ado, let's get into the video. Today I'm joined with my senpai and very good training partner, Mac. He's going to assist me with showing you all these techniques. And so let's get right into it. The first technique we'll be showing you is called Katate Fuzushi Ichi, or just...
So, to my fellow angry pajama people, whenever you're demonstrating technique, please zoom the camera out so that you are full height in frame. Please and thank you.
Wrist grip release number 1. We'll start off with him grabbing my right.
Yeah, see, like a third of the frame conveys absolutely, okay, not a third, but almost like just more than a quarter, but slightly less than a third. No, it is a third of the frame now that I think about it. It is a third of the frame. Conveys zero information whatsoever. While we are losing information regarding posture and footwork.
His left arm. This is the same side wrist grip release. It's also known as. So go ahead and grab.
Mm-hmm.
What we're going to do is very simply push down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That'll torque our wrist, and so the narrow part of our wrist will be going against his thumb right here. I'll take this up and be able to show that a bit better maybe. From here, all you're going to do is step to the side or diagonal, whichever one works, or if you had any training, maybe diagonal if you're doing Muay Thai, this maybe a bit more if you're doing karate. Right there, and we're just going to put our elbow to his forearm. So now, I want you to grip pretty hard on me, okay? I want to see a bit of red on my wrist after I'm done, okay? Right. So, what we're going to do, this can be done slowly, quickly, either way. You see that because of the torque that's coming from me just pushing into this area.
Okay, this is a valid technique. What I would say, it's a bit of a half-cooked, what I would refer to as kote kagami. But
it's very hard for him to have me grip with just these fingers, especially if there's a...
It is, but it is a grip break towards the opening of the thumb,
Yeah,
so
right.
it is valid.
This is also very useful if, come over here a bit, if he is pulling me and he's actually trying to really control me. So do a couple jerks like you're about to punch me or something like that. I do the same exact motion, and it's just like when you play tug of war and you let go of the rope. You just go with it, turn in, and you'll pop out. Best part about that is, if we'll turn around.
No, it's actually not a McDojo. Hey there, Digby. They're not great at relaying information because there are training deficits and there's a lack of understanding of how to convey information. So they're a little bit goofy, but from what I can see, they actually have good lineage, and the technique list seems to be consistent with what you would expect of a traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu style. So no, not at all McDojo, actually. Just a little goofy.
As I do that, and I've come in, he tries to punch me, it's a lot harder. Even if he does go
Yes,
straight
because
for me,
punching
instead of trying to
crossbody
it's
is
a lot easier for me to get in here
difficult.
and be able to do a throw or a choke or transition into something else.
What a wild time to be alive. How so? Well, yes, but what do you mean in particular?
But if you're not the fighting type and you just want to escape and do it peacefully, you just have...
See, this is what I call a training deficit. It's cock shit like that, when they try inserting expertise they don't really have, where I just want them to explain the technique. Holy shit, my Pokemon Go game has suddenly picked up some goddamn frame rate. I'm sorry, I'm just blown away because this game has never worked this well. A white guy with a ponytail who has some decent idea about Japanese martial arts? Well, he's the one explaining. I'm not sure about the guy with the ponytail. Listen, I mean, for the longest time, Digby, I used to be that guy with a ponytail. I still had a ponytail when I speed ran the entire Musoji Kiden Iaijutsu curriculum and got my legitimate black belt in under a year. I believe it took me like a total of 3 months. But I did learn the entirety of the curriculum, which is a big reason why I got that black belt, sort of in recognition of that.
Do the same thing and push away, create some space, and that's the basic technique. All right, so close up, what this looks like is this. He's grabbed me right here. I'm going to shoot my hand down and try to put my palm towards myself. What that does, you can see right here, the thinner part of my wrist as opposed to this one. Yeah, let go, there you go. As opposed to this one is now this one. It's a lot easier to slip out now because you have a narrower space to be able to come out. From this point, I'm just going to act like there's a nail driving between my wrist and his thumb, and I'm just going to pivot around that nail. Pivot, pivot, pivot. As I push my elbow.
Okay, so my summary is going to be the technique is valid. He has some training deficits, so he doesn't quite understand or explain it well.
Next, we're going to do Katate Hazuchi Ni, or wrist grip release number 2, also known as the cross wrist grip release. So, as the name implies, he's going to reach across this time. And we can do the same exact motion, just a little bit different. So, what we can do is pop our elbow to our side. We want to do this in case he's trying to pull us in and or try to strike us. Like if he's coming in like that, we're not in a great position.
I think an important sort of caveat here is they're currently explaining what's referred to as shoden techniques. Shoden is very rarely a practically applicable set of techniques. It's there to explain and demonstrate the sort of fundamental basic interactions of what you're trying to do. For example, like, I don't know, in the case of the Tehazushi kata, the purpose of the form is to explain that grips are broken this way. Like, this is the interaction in a vacuum without any sort of other confounding components. So because of that, shoden techniques are going to be primitive. Chuden techniques are usually situational techniques, something a little bit more advanced. And okuden is typically things that rely on your fundamentals but assume an advanced understanding of them.
You can just do a nice hook to us or uppercut, or just grab us. So we want to plaster up.
So typically with that kind of grip, this is a disarming grip. Whenever someone reaches cross-body to hold down your hand, it is to prevent you from producing a weapon, drawing a sword in the conventional sense, or to prevent you from drawing a firearm. People don't really do, or to do an arm drag into an advantageous position. That also happens. But it's very rarely to strike because it's an awkward position to strike.
Try to get our palm facing the sky. Same reason as the first technique, where this is getting the narrow part of my wrist in between this gap between his fingers.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the narrow part of your wrist, my guy. It just has to do with the fact that this is the direction in which the grip is the easiest to break.
Easier to come out that way. So, all we're going to do, same technique, elbow to the forearm, but going this way. Like that. And now we have that position once again to grab, push, or strike if we wish. And just as before, if he's pulling me and he's trying to rear up for a punch, just come in like that. You can always make sure you want to cover.
Brother, this is not the techniques where you need to assign practicality. Please just focus on the techniques, I beg of you.
2 hands,
all right,
1 on each arm.
Ryote Hazushi, let's see how they do that.
If someone is doing this, they're trying to restrain you, trying to push you down or something like that.
It's usually a pin, yes. It's either a pin or, again, they're preventing you from producing a weapon.
So as soon as you feel this on your wrist, you want to immediately put your elbows together to your side. Putting your elbows here will make sure they're as strong as they can be. Even if someone's much stronger than you, it should give you some leeway and some more advantage.
In other words,
thank you
putting
for the
your elbows
hydrate,
in
Dom.
helps create a stronger base to deny your opponent control and will hopefully stretch them out so that their grip.
So this is again valid technique for Shoden Waza. There is very little practicality because the point of Shoden is to teach you the physical interactions of the art. Here to do a little bit till work. Thank you for checking in. Always appreciated. What was I saying? So, my style, the style that I was brought up in, we have a similar sort of grip break that's called Gashodori. But the point of pulling in your elbows isn't to create a strong base, quote unquote. No, it is, the point is that it is easier for you to bring your hands in order to, you're not really framing up, more so than you're stretching the guy out from being framed.
Is then weaker.
As soon as he grabs, pop. What I'm doing here is I believe it's called a gable grip. Just make a cross.
You can do that, or you can line up the palms. It's dealer's choice, realistically, because this is Shoden.
Hands, clasp down. Very strong grip, hard to pull out of. So, as soon as I feel that pressure on my wrist, he's grabbing them, clasp together. From here, I'm just going to push my hips in using my body instead of my arm strength. Pull up a little bit.
Oh, it's a ratcheting break, okay.
And then curl my wrist over. Curl over and take a step and stomp down as I push down. What this does is it puts his wrists in a bind where he doesn't have much strength. Right here, really grip on.
This is a good grip break. It is valid.
And I didn't even have to use very much strength at all. Yep, there you go.
Another thing, so here, they're not showing footwork, because footwork here is important, because footwork, when you do a ratcheting break, and again, the ratcheting break it is a valid technique, it's good, because he has certain training deficits. Let's see if he explains it actually, but to my earlier point, 1/3 of the screen is relaying 0 information, and I want to see footwork, which is why, whenever you're demonstrating technique, you need to be full height and frame.
Red, he was actually gripping. As soon as I feel him grab, clasp together, pull up as far as I can, rocking my hips forward, using my hips instead of my arm strength.
You're also supposed to take a step in, actually, because that makes it easier for you to frame up.
And then curl over. Either way will work, whichever is more comfortable for you in the moment. Right there, and then push down and stomp.
The reason you stomp is so that you're dropping your weight down rather than just using your arm.
See, he steps out. I would probably prefer to step in, because these are grappling arts. This is kumiuchi. The context is kumiuchi. And even on a fundamental level, I would prefer to step out while breaking grips, because then I can position myself for a throw. Because as opposed to taking a step outside with the right leg, I would prefer to step in with the left and then go for, what could we go for here? A left side kouchigari, for example, something like that. You could start positioning, framing up for either a leg reap or even a hip toss.
Arm strength alone. This is important if someone stronger than you is gripping you. With your arms close to your body, you can use gravity instead of strength.
So, the comment about someone, no, it's not. If someone is stronger than you, then they're just not going to let you do that. Unfortunately, that's just how things work. If someone is stronger than you and they have grips on both of your hands, you're probably fucked. And I mean, if we're talking about, you know, a material difference in strength, like if it's a full-grown man trying to hold down a woman.
This will, however, show parts of your back, so you want to make sure to turn to face your opponent as quickly as possible once the grip is released.
And that's not a problem you have if you step in and try forming new grips.
So feel it up and down.
You know what? Actually, I think this is a good opening for an Uchimata. You go cross collar with the left hand, and you just single arm sweep him.
Next one we're going to do is called Momiji Hazushi. This
Okay.
is a front choke release. It's called Momiji because when you're choking someone, it looks like a little maple leaf. Little macaque humor there, I love it. So, I'm going to go and choke. And she's going to make sure to go in for a real choke here, like that's actually constricting my carotid or my windpipe, either one. And because you always want to train the way it's going to happen.
There's not really a blood choke that you can apply from that direction.
You don't want to like have someone just doing this right here. It's like, why would I escape from this? I'll just hit you. There's no real danger here. But just like with all the other escapes that we've done so far, as soon as you feel it coming on, you want to immediately try and escape from it. As soon as someone sinks in, they're able to control you more, especially with the choke. They're going to push you off balance. They're going to straight asphyxiate you. As soon as I feel this coming on, what I'm going to do is put my hands together in a prayer formation or a pyramid. I'm going to step. I'm going to try and brace myself so that if he's like trying to choke me, like most people, if they're trying to choke you, they're trying to kill you. They're in the throat.
India might be banning American companies, according to some. Do it or no balls.
Throes of anger, they're trying to throttle you. So I'm going to brace myself as soon as I feel.
What may have caused this?
Let's come on into a pyramid. Step up and forward as far as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as you're here, you're just going to drop down, sink your knees down, and pull down.
You are forced to ask what American companies are in India. Trying to choke? What do you mean?
And like that. This is mostly just unbalance him. It can cause a bit of whiplash, but it's mostly to push him off balance and to clear those arms out of the way. Because if I'm right here,
oh, the way he's saying it, yeah. So again, important caveats. This is Shoden Waza. Shoden translates as first transmission, meaning that it is the foundational level, so it's going to be very, very primitive. Why are so many Indians posting links? I don't think it's. I think Twitch is actually not that is not struck by the same maladies. I think it's mostly just bots. So this is a very primitive technique with a primitive understanding of what is happening, because the purpose of Shoden techniques is to just explain basic interactions without going into the weeds about sort of positioning in a larger context or working with complex jokes.
There's no real danger here. What I do is put my hands together in a prayer formation or a pyramid.
So the point isn't that you literally break chokes like that. The point is, this is how you frame up inside of someone else's frame who has their hands extended.
I'm going to step. I'm going to try and brace myself so that if he's like trying to choke me, like most people, if they're trying to choke you, they're trying to kill you. They're in the throes of anger. They're trying to throttle you. So I'm going to brace myself as soon as I feel this come on.
How are you doing, Mog?
Into a pyramid. Step up and forward as far as you can. And then as soon as you're here, you're just going to drop down, sink your knees down, and pull down like that. This is mostly just unbalance him. It can cause a bit of whiplash, but it's mostly to push him off balance.
Just hanging out? Good to hear. I mean, it is a Saturday.
Because if I'm right here, and I've just cleared this.
All right, the supplementary comments are not really valuable because I'm not going to go into it. Reminded you of your old Kung Fu lessons? Oh, how long did you do Kung Fu for, and what kind of Kung Fu?
A single lapel grip release.
Because from my understanding, Kung Fu is it's just as wide of a catch-all term as Wushu is, where it's just the sort of the broad umbrella of Chinese martial arts.
What he's going to do, other side, there you go.
Okay.
Grab him right here. He's trying to do a hockey punch or something and go in for that. From right here, technically he's out an arm, but if he's throttling me, he's really moving like someone in anger and doing in the middle of a fight would. Like, go ahead, you're really going for it. It's not, you can't punch very easily. He's got the control of your body at this point.
Oh yes,
This is a very useful technique for
a lapel grip is good control, and usually anyone who's a well-trained grappler is going to transform that into a throw very quickly.
winter months and fall, because what are you wearing during winter and fall? A sweater. He grabs right here. What we're going to do is pop down, just so you can see, I'm grabbing my own lapel here, pulling down, and the same as all the other techniques, as soon as you feel someone do this, you want to pop this down, grab your own shirt. Now that you're grabbing your own shirt or sweater, you're not able to defend from that punch anymore. So what you have to do is immediately get out of the line, get out of where he's going to be able to punch you. You want to step to the side and using this kind of motion with your hand, pop up into the wrist, turn.
Can't name it in chat, but it's imported kung fu over here. Mostly just throws, parries, and kicks. I see. Yeah, they have a cockatrice in the no, that's not a cockatrice. It's a fucking D&D monster. A cockatiel in the background. There is a parrot there. Why did I directly go to the fucking Eldritch D&D horror?
Come over here. Turn.
Well, Digby, you are. None of us exist. The moment you take your meds, this stream just disappears.
And push down, the same as before, using that gravity, using your weight against it. So this will do it one more time.
I'm gonna nitpick.
Grab. There, he's trying to go in for a punch. There.
I'm gonna nitpick and say that there's a lot of superfluous shit in this technique. You do not need to tighten your collar for this. If you're going for what we would refer to it as a katamunadori, I guess, is the closest equivalent. You don't need this work. You would just need to rotate outwards towards his blind side and then work the grip. But okay.
So you can see better. Up. And you see I'm turning a little bit as I'm pushing down.
You're also not really pulling on your lapel. You're just tying up your own hand to do nothing. Meds are for the weak. You're raw dogging your schizophrenia. Big if true. Absolute Chad.
What we're going to do here, he's grabbed me. I want to grab right here.
You really don't. That's no.
My hand in this motion.
You don't need that. So, taking the slack out of your lapel for a grip break is valid in scenarios of judo grip fighting. It is an artifact of judo grip fights because you can't apply standing wrist locks or finger locks or just any kind of actual locks. You can't do any pain compliance on the joints in standing judo. So because of that, you need to create advantageous leverages. And in order to do that, basically, you're limited to breaking grips through sleeve drags. And in order for a sleeve drag to work, you need to take the slack out of the lapel, because otherwise there's going to be too much travel that you need to impart to your opponent's sleeve in order to break their grip. But because this is Koryu Jujutsu, and you are effectively doing a standing wrist lock through partial pain compliance, you actually don't need to take the slack out of your lapel.
In this shape.
So this is a judo training scar.
Cup his wrist right here. Right here. Very nice and weak part of his wrist right there.
It's not really weak, but there's advantageous leverage there.
Pop her in. Move to the side to avoid any kind of punches that may be flying in.
You could also turn to the side.
Turn it if I can. And push down.
Yes, the lapel is doing zero useful work. The lapel is just there for you to not have your arm available to guard. I'm sorry, this is making me very angry.
Just to demonstrate this can be used with a sweater, not just one of our real stiff gis here.
Your geese are not really stiff.
I'm going to sacrifice this sweater for you guys. I say sacrifice because it's a very large possibility doing this technique will stretch it out. But I'd rather have a stretched out sweater than a black eye. So if he grabs right there.
I misheard that very.
Pull down, create this tension right here. This
West
is what
Texas
creates the
Codec.
space. Otherwise, if I'm
Wonder
just
what
doing
that
this, he's going to be walking all around, especially with the stretchy sweater. Pull down, create that base.
Oh, that's quite a ways away from me.
And pull down.
Yeah, that's like the opposite side of the state. I really want.
Down.
I was interested in visiting.
One more time, he's trying to really pull me and throttle me, basically. Right. So, of course, it does look a bit more messy when he's being more serious, but it still works. Okay, so finally we're going to be showing our Kubinu Shime.
So here's the thing. It's not that I don't think it doesn't work. I think that you're doing extra shit that doesn't work on top of a grip break that does work.
And so headlock escapes. He's going to get me into a headlock. We have 3 of these. One for when he's up right here, one for he's down low, and one where he's even lower.
Okay, this is a position that can occur in standing grappling, so that is valid.
This happens far too often in real fights. You see videos of this all the time. Someone's punchy, and then they just instinctually get into this position.
Well, yeah, because it's a nice dominant position. You have good head control. It's just that a lot of people don't really know what to do here.
Right here, sorry. So, this is a very useful one because you've messed up a little bit, but we can turn it around for you. Let's see what happens. He goes right there, gets me into his headlock. First, I want to make sure my base is low. I do not want him to be high like this and try to muscle out of it, because as soon as I straighten my legs, he can just go ahead and whip me around and just take me to the ground. I want to make sure my base is strong, and what I'm going to do is, with my left hand in this position, otherwise it'd be reversed in the other, left hand, I'm going to reach as high as I can and put the blade of my hand up against his chin or his upper lip and his nose area, and I'm going to push and pull down this way. From here, you can use whatever technique you want to escape.
A little convoluted, but valid, sure.
And the movement I'm doing is simply here, I'm reaching down like this. It's going to stretch out his neck.
Actually, you do that across the eyes. It's also very unpleasant.
Putting pressure right here is also very painful, and push him down and push him away. If he's especially strong, of course, you can go ahead. You can go ahead and use 2 hands.
2 hands aren't really doing much there.
If you need, or pull with this out. I prefer to pull with this out, that way I have control of this wrist so I can come out and have better control.
Or you can step out forward and get a kubihineri hold, but sure, whatever.
If you can't reach just right, and you can't get this out all the way,
you can go for pain compliance through eye gouges as well.
Have a bit more space now. You can push out this way if you need to, rip out this, grab fingers. He can't see you. He's not able to be as aggressive with this. Next is for when...
The other option is, once you're able to drop your weight and be relatively upright, you can base up on him and just German bridge him, or what we goddamn, I forgot the word. What we heathens call it, an uranage.
When you got in this headlock and they pulled you down a bit further. Now you can't really reach over, he's bent over, it's a lot harder to get to this area for that first technique. So in this case, what we're going to do instead, I'm going to grab right here, I'm going to try and, if I can reach, try and strike whatever I can, try and create so that he has a weaker base than me. I want to be nice and strong here. If I strike the legs, push away hips, all these things, it'll weaken him and it'll make it easier to do whatever.
Punching him in the nuts is actually a valid strategy here.
What I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do, strike, push, grab the flat of his wrist right here.
Okay.
I'm going to dig, over here. I'm going to dig my fingers fingers into his belt. Most people just wear jeans now. Don't be afraid. You're in a headlock. There's no rules or courtesy right here. Just dig it in. Grab, dig your knuckles in, push those hips forward, and twist. Over here again. And you're twisting this as you pull out and pushing up. Now, what this does is, while you're twisting and pushing up, if you try to move your arm, try to pull into me, it's very hard for him to do so. He's in a very weakened position because of where his wrist is. I'm going to pull out, push in, pull my head out, and you see a hammerlock. So you don't need to use the hammerlock, but this is where you eventually just end up naturally. You can't just push away at this point as well. Now, he's bent me over even further. This is not a good position for us. What we're going to make sure to do is not lose our balance. Right now, it's very easy to do so. What we instead want to do is, again, make sure our base is lower than his, and what we're going to do first is push right here onto the top of the knee. We're not trying to injure anything right now. What we're mostly trying to do is buckle that a little bit. Make sure his base isn't very strong.
Realistically, if you're fighting a full-grown man, it's also difficult to injure a leg with a hand strike, especially from a compromised position.
Striking with a variation of shuto, aiming for the side of
Shote, actually.
the leg just above the kneecap and dropping my weight with it to
Oh, never mind. He does do shuto for some reason, even though that's a very disadvantaged angle.
gain more power and buckle the knee inward as I push
Okay, this is Koryu. This is Koryu. Do not nitpick. Do not nitpick. This is 16th century techniques. These people did not know any better.
down.
As we do that, we're gonna step in as hard as we can. Right here, he has a lot of strength and leverage over us, so we need to make sure we use all of our power that we can. There. From here, I'm now just going to boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna strike in to the groin with this part of my hand.
3 strikes, really.
Chopping in between the legs.
A point to keep in mind is that despite what popular media will say, groin strikes do not end a fight instantly.
It depends on how you land that one. There are angles that will do that. So, I guess this is this is a teaching moment. So, will any groin strike end a fight instantaneously? No, it will not. There are subtleties that need to be observed in order for a groin strike to produce enough pain response for it to be instantly incapacitating. I know that as someone who's been on the receiving end of a couple of those. Okay, testicle chart. God. All right. So I try to find a picture that doesn't get me instantly demonetized. Not demonetized, banned rather. All right. This one is generic enough, I guess. Why is it Shutterstock? Really? Can I just view the image in full? All right, I'd say that's graphic enough. So, in order to send, what if you shot them in the groin? Yeah, that'll do it. Shooting someone in the groin will generally do that. But if you're limited to blunt force trauma, so the way to produce enough pain shock response because I can. You need to so the any kind of sideways force is not going, it's going to be painful. It's going to produce at least some kind of compliance or some kind of reaction. However, a pain response, a sharp disabling pain response, occurs when there is a direct upward, hey there Crespian, a direct upward strike. When the force application actually sends the testicle upward. And it doesn't take a lot of force, because what it does, it actually compacts all of the nerves that are actually very plentiful around the cords that attach the testicle. And when they are compressed, it sends an immediate pain shock signal directly to your fucking brain, up to and including forcing you to throw up and even black out. So the upward force direction is what you're looking for. You need to basically jolt the testicles directly upward into the body. And the stronger you do that, the more pain compliance you will achieve that way. Any other angle is going to be a negotiation between the geometry of the thighs, how low do the individual testicles swing and whatnot. An upward jolt is a silver bullet. It will do the trick.
They can be unpleasant, but during a fight with adrenaline running, that pain is often shrugged off. As such, this part is optional, but can be used as a distraction that make.
And that, mind you, these guys are wearing cups. Yeah, scrotum goes up, exactly. What about a pull? Yes, pulls give a lot of good pain compliance, but there needs to be enough to pull, and it's generally more difficult to get a positive grip through clothing.
An opponent let go. If they don't let go,
he's wearing a cup.
And that's what this next part is for.
Wait, did they just
fight instantly?
Did they just mutually kick each other in the balls?
This part is optional, but can.
So this one got kicked in the lower part of the stomach, I think.
And that make an opponent
let
go. If they don't.
Oh, they clocked each other.
Let go, and that's what this next part is for.
Here, he's grabbing onto me. I've come in, done what I can here.
So not from behind. From behind, that just doesn't work.
Now what I'm going to do is try to reach up as far as I can onto his shirt, his collar, anything like that.
Okay.
I'm going to try and avoid his hair right here, his magnificent ponytail. Right there. And I'm going to pop my left leg out in this position. Otherwise, reverse, it would be my right leg. Pop out.
The position I'm referring to looks like this. It's similar to what we call
Daniel Toshi, okay.
And pull him down.
Now, I would prefer a forward roll, but okay.
In this position, you can grab his wrist. Same as the second technique. Flatter the wrist if you can.
Okay, my summary is that Dazan Ryu seems to be a legitimate Koryu. I like the structure of the techniques. I would like to see more, and I would like to see explanations from people with a little bit more training. But my resume is that Dazan Ryu and sort of the anything that seems to flow from the American Institute of Jiu-Jitsu, it seems to be legitimate schools. Like, I have no beef. I would like to be exposed to some of their instruction just to sort of get a better idea of the breadth of techniques. But I am generally pleased with what I'm seeing. Let me plop that into the training channel on the Discord so that I have that on hand. All right, let's see what this is. Oh, very nice. So this is Okuden. Well, it's basically a full flow that goes from the Shoden technique. Basic escape.
First technique, Katate Azushi Ichi. This is the basic escape from an outside wrist grab. We're here, palm down. I'm going to lever out by putting my elbow to his forearm while I step offline. About as basic as it gets. Originally, it started with Samurai. He would grab, and I didn't like that. I wanted to grab my sword, so I'd pop out, grab my sword.
This unfortunately happens. A lot of these techniques will sort of attach a lot of Bushido lore. That's not what that does. That's not what that does at all. What's it? That is unfortunately a product of not training with swords.
Cut him to finish the job, right? So technique one.
Hands up just in case. That's a good cue. Okay, step on the outside angle. I would prefer to stay a little closer.
The thing that's good I can do from here is I've got this open. I can slide on the inside of his arm and pop him at the liver, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, it doesn't take much, just a nice jarring shot. You can cause some pain with this.
I mean, not on someone who has good physical training. A hammer fist could probably catch someone off guard. Generally, I would probably aim for the ribs as opposed to the liver, but sure.
People aren't used to getting hit, this is going to be a problem, but I think of it mainly as a distraction, right? So we're here, hit. While he's thinking there, I'm going to roll my arm over the top for what we call an ulna press takedown.
Okay.
There's a Japanese name for it I'm not going to get into right now. The full technique looks something like this. He gives me a punch down to the ground, right? Now you can do things with this. You can do it from the position that I'm at. You can do it from the grip, like I showed. When you do this technique, it's important to be kind of soft with it. This is where the Ju from Jiu-Jitsu comes in. I've got a couple things going on. I've got a grip of his wrist. So this hand is going to control his bones, and I'm going to turn his forearm to get it started.
That's a correct cue.
My other hand rolls behind his elbow until his elbow is facing the ceiling. And then from there, I'm keeping pressure on the back.
So the Ju in Jiu-Jitsu actually means, what about a pull? What do you mean? Oh, you're still on the scrotum stuff. I wonder if, where are they? Is there a location? Skyhook Martial Arts and Fitness. Judo, Muay Thai. I guess I'm going to have to look it up on maps. I'm just casing these places for no reason in particular. Maps. Where is that? Oh, it's in California. Oh, Skyhook Bouldering. No, that's entirely different. Skyhook Ninja Fitness. That's something different in it. Okay. Skyhook Martial Arts and Fitness. How difficult is it to find? Is it in California? Skyhook Athletics. GoFundMe. Link trees. Where is it located, though? All right, never mind. I'm getting sidetracked.
Back of the elbow down as this lifts up, sort of like an arm bar to motivate him down. Now, if I want to drop him to the floor, I take a back step and sort of toilet bowl. If I try to do this technique and he's trying to fight me with a strong arm, it's a little difficult.
Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked. So when I was explaining that Ju or Yawara in Jiu-Jitsu and Judo doesn't really mean soft. It means softened. It means that you pulverize the guy until he is softened and compliant, and then you do all of the funny, fancy joint lock shit.
One thing you can do is get underneath it and push his elbow towards his ear and extend him back down, get his posture broken like so. Regardless, we're flowing, right? He grabs, I escape, pop, roll. Now, if he's strong or aware that this is going to happen, he might posture up on me, and now I've got a problem, right? So what I'm going to do is take advantage of this moment by keeping my hand where it is, feeding this over the top into a figure four. And from here, I can pivot my feet and do what's called Takubi Shigarami. It's sort of a shoulder takedown, almost like a standing Americana.
Valid.
On its own, looks like this. Right? And I like how all these flow together because he resists one and it goes into the other. Now, if I do the Takubi Shigarami, what I need to do is get his arm beside him and torquing, so that way it bends him back, compromises his posture, he goes down. One way he can prevent this is by turning his body to face his arm, and he keeps it in front. It's a little harder to get that shoulder tweak, especially if he gets his other hand involved. Now we're fighting.
But if you drop your weight, you're just going to break his fucking elbow off.
And it's going to be more difficult to make it happen. You can still do it, but at this point, I'm going to abandon that idea. I'm going to step forward. Elbow is going to go into his armpit. I'm going to back step and drop.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Almost like
That's a scary fucking soy. Jesus fuck. this could go very bad very fast. So just for your reference here, yes, he has the other arm free to potentially try to either grab onto you or to try to slap as he comes down. Slapping on a hard floor doesn't do much for you. I say that as someone who had to demonstrate judo throws on hardwood floors. Most of my attention is over here. An udegarami starter into... It's not really a... Well, I guess it's a... You could call it a morote seoi. It's a morote seoi in the sense that you're using both arms. No, never mind. Never scratch that. They can call it a morote seoi. It's really not. So, there is a wrist lock in place. The elbow is currently... Rather, the forearm is currently being twisted outward, putting the elbow in a compromised position. This is Snap City in all of the places. And if he's dumb enough to fucking cling onto you and try to resist, instead of just compliantly going over, his elbow is going to snap. If you do it as a soe makikomi as opposed to a clean soenagi, meaning that you're rolling him head first into the fucking pavement while also throwing your body weight on top of him, Jesus fucking Christ, there is no surviving that. I need to drill the century.
A morote sewinagi in judo, and he's gonna go over my head.
Ew, just looking at that makes me pucker up.
I'm gonna trap him with my shins. Got my hand just on his wrist, shins down, and I'm gonna try to pick him up by this folded hand to apply the wrist lock.
I really like that.
You can also open for arm bars and all that fun stuff.
He also catches his head in your left, in the pocket of your left knee, to go for a full jujijime.
So
Not God damn it! Not jujijime. What the fuck is it called? Jujigatame.
Go. I escape and pop. I roll him over. He resists. Try to torque his shoulder. He resists. I throw him and finish him.
I like that udegarami transition into a into soy. Fuck, I need to remember that and I need to drill that. Let's take a look at that again.
Arm bars, and I escape and pop. I roll him over. He resists.
Mm-hmm.
Try to torque his shoulder. He resists. I throw him.
I'm trying to figure out the exact application of the
shoulder. He resists.
Of what is actually called an udegarami.
I throw him and finish him off. And all that fun stuff. I escape and pop. I roll him over. He resists.
Oh, okay. So he does the udegarami.
Try to torque
against the
shoulder. He
left
resists.
arm. Okay, sure.
I throw him.
And you just transition that into a throw. Hell yeah, man. I like that. I'm gonna put that into my notes because that is a banger entry into a soy. It's a mean as fuck entry into a soy, and you probably shouldn't do that to anyone who you don't intend to badly injure. But you know what? It fucking works. Got any more wrestling flows here? Judo plus Muay Thai. Fix your no-gi uchimata. Okay. Breathwork. Kind of want to see what he has to say on Uchimata.
What's up, everybody? This is Austin. This is my buddy Nelson. Today I'm going to teach you how to fix your no-gi uchimata. Starts from a position where you're starting to tie up and the opponent gets the underhook. Now, we know this is not a good position for me to be in, so I'm going to counter with my overhook. Now, you can throw the Uchimata from the overhook, and most of the time, what I see taught is people step in beside, they'll sweep the inside thigh.
Well, the further back you step, the better your Uchimata is going to be.
But they'll do it in a straight line, which leads him to post, and then I follow it up with some sort of takedown, such as a heel pick.
Okay.
Now, this is not a bad combination, but by training the Uchimata in this linear fashion and allowing him to post, you're doing yourself a disservice because you're not doing the Uchimata correctly. Now, if you are significantly taller than your opponent, you might be able to get enough lift on that sweep to get them completely over the top. But you can see as we do this, it's very easy for him to just put his hand down, stopping the Uchimata. And that's because Uchimata in judo versus MMA and wrestling Uchimata is done with a little bit extra torque. I'll show you what I mean. So he's got the underhook, I've got the overhook. First off, make sure your overhook is good. I'm not negligent here. I want to take this hand, pledge allegiance, bring it to my heart. That way it's nice and close, stays close to my body. Now, as I step beside him, instead of throwing him in a straight line, I'm going to begin my sweep, and I'm going to keep rotating and try to throw him to the punching bag if possible. One more time. So if we're here, I'll have you right here.
That is one way to do that.
If I throw my Uchimata forward, he can post. If I throw my Uchimata this way, he can't get his hand over there to stop him. So me, without a body, rather than stepping in, going straight towards the ground, I'm going to step in and continue the rotation all the way through to get extra lift, brings him lower, puts him in a position where he can't post to stop himself. Overhook.
So the additional sort of lateral turn is a valid approach, and that's the way the judo typically teaches Uchimata. You're supposed to start with a horizontal pull, and you're continuing that pull. The old Jujutsu Uchimata is actually done with a very strong pull of the shoulders to the ground to counteract that. So even if he's posting up, I do not care, because I'm driving his entire face into the ground as I'm pulling up his free leg. Both are valid. Just be aware that that is also an option, and it also works in no-gi. Very cool. Very cool. I like it. I like it. Okay, let's actually see the original documentary.
Sex, race, creed, or disability. He was ostracized and outcast by the strict Japanese traditionalists for teaching the secret art to non-Japanese. His contribution to being responsible for the introduction and
guys, you would not believe the petty political shit the Japanese get into whenever they're threatened about someone learning their secret heebie-jeebie. I'm gonna try to retell this story in without any identifying specifics, but so we were training directly with one of the Japanese Koryu schools, and my sensei, who is Russian, but he's trained with them, he's received full transmission, and he knew the full gamut, the entire curriculum and then some of their particular school. And normally, whenever someone gets full transmission of a school, they would receive something that is commonly referred to as Menkyo Kaiden, which is basically a license of full transmission, meaning that you have full mastery of the school's curriculum. And they refused to do that because the current head of that branch was on his deathbed, and they did not have they only had a few senior students. By senior, I mean people who have a good working understanding of the curriculum, and even fewer younger students practicing. So they were afraid that my sensei, upon the branch chief's death, would try to take the branch over if he were to be given Menkyo Kaiden. even though he really gave no shits and had no interest in doing that. I say that because, well, I've spent a significant amount of time with the man, but that was just, a fear that they had, and it prevented from grading him appropriately and also teaching us okuden and weapon arts. They've barred us from learning advanced techniques and from advancing my instructor to his full grade because they were afraid that he's going to participate in petty insider power politics of the school. And it's not an entirely unfounded fear. That's the funny part. So it's not that it's not unprecedented that because that did happen in the past. So Goju Ryu very recently had a kerfuffle like that, where Anishi Miyagi, who was the acting patriarch of mainline Goju Ryu, had a Russian student. Oh god, I'm gonna blank on his fucking name. But basically, the dude spoke no Japanese, spoke very little English, but he paid the man, and he took lessons from him quite extensively. You're checking, I'm taking my morning pills. So he spent a lot of time with him as he was dying, sort of in his more advanced years. He did train with him. It is very doubtful that he's received a full breadth of information, at the very least because he speaks no fucking Japanese. So, Anishi Miyagi dies, and the dude says, well, I am now the patriarch of all Goju Ryu, because I am a direct disciple of Anishi Miyagi, and he left me in charge. I am now 10th Dan Goju Ryu. And he started fucking using a length of rope instead of a belt. I guess because it's cooler than a black belt. And it was a whole fucking thing. Like the higher ups in the Goju Ryu Federation were just frothing with rage because what the actual fuck are you gonna try to usurp our organization? Are you fucking insane? You goddamn round-eyed demon. It was a whole shit show. I think at some point the fucking Yakuza had to get involved.
Development of judo and jiu-jitsu in the United States is ignored in written history. His system, Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu, is one of the most widely taught systems in the country today. Okazaki named his school Danzanryu in gratitude to Master Wo Chang, a Chinese kung fu stylist who also broke tradition by teaching him the Chinese arts. Professor Okazaki's influence flourished throughout the Hawaiian Islands, producing many black belt instructors who eventually moved to the mainland to open their own schools. Many of these instructors meet once a year at Camp Danzanryu in California to share their training and knowledge in the spirit of Kokua. This has allowed Danzanryu to persevere and flourish through time.
Yeah, the the AI upscaling is not it's an unfortunate choice to do that to a documentary. Let's get to the actual training. The music is nice, yeah. I see the intent of it being Japanese music, but it has that Hawaii flavor to it. Oh, very nice. Okay, I'm seeing some consistent techniques that I can recognize. That's good. It means that the transmission is correct and it survives in its more or less original state. So they're practicing the Ryote Hazushi that we were shown in the Shoden. Oh, okay. I'm seeing some advanced stuff. They also spell it jujitsu. Interesting. Okay. Because that was pre-Brazilians. I think my keyboard is losing charge. It's starting to double tap. Oh, very good ukemi. Okay. Ho 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 ho. Nice. For those of you who don't quite understand what this is, so ukemi is the practice of safe fall breaks. Just give me a moment. I need to plug my keyboard in so that it doesn't die. Second, I need more. I'm just trying to have it reach into my new hub, but also not have excess cable dangling around. What the fuck are you? You're not turned on. Okay, so we have our keyboard back. Yay. Okay, so that's not going to die. So ukemi is break falls, and break falls are how should I put it? It's a very non-intuitive practice, and it's very useful for taking falls and training naturally. And these are some very advanced fucking break falls. Normally, you would just fall over, compromising your own stance. They're like falling from chest height. Granted, it's on mats, but still. You do enough of these on mats, you'll understand that it does not feel nice. 15 throwing arts, okay. It's a Deashibarai. Okuriashibarai, okay. That's a very fucking aggressive Kuchigari. I'm gonna see that one again. Ashiguruma, okay. Ushimata. Koshiguruma, if I had to classify that. Ipponzoi, Makikomi. Ipponzoi Nage. Okay, so Nagegaeshi. Morotosoi. That's... oh, fuck. What do I call that? That's not a Taiotoshi. That's... Oguruma, maybe? Hanegoshi. These are some high quality throws. This is very high quality throwing. I didn't like that. Oh, not because it's a bad throw. It's a very good throw, but someone's gonna get hurt doing that. Osotogari, okay. It's an interesting way to do Osotogari. Usually you would do that advancing. This is a retreating Osotogari. Almost an Osotogake, actually. Mat arts. Is that Newaza? It is Newaza, okay. All done from Soe Nage, okay. Kami Shihogatame. That's Sankaku Jime. Done very quickly, too. Nice. Oh, straight into Umanori, nice. Do that one again. Okurieri Jime. Do they go off of Soy into Katahaji, man? I didn't quite catch that. No, it's not Kataha, okay, so it's just sleeper, basically. Okay, so Kouchigari into leg pick. Okay, valid. Almost a Kouchigake, I'd say. I'll see that one again. Into heel hook. Nice. Oh, fuck that. I've taken that leg lock. It's fucking. What the fuck even? It's not, brother. Ew. It hurts like fucking hell. That's a nasty knee lock. Like, you do that fast enough, you're gonna snap that shit in half. Let's see what he does here. So that's aha. That's an unconventional technique. Okay. It's a variant of Yuki Chigaya, but fuck. Okay, Tomoe Nage stopped and just throws him off. Okay. That's a nasty ass fucking throw they have there. This is their variant of Yuki Chigaya. And they do that almost off of a. It's like a leg pick from the front, supported with an arm bar, like an arm drag leg sweep. I've never seen that done before. That's again, that is nasty. That is. Okay, I know that hold. I'm more interested in the throw here. So we take the arm. That's, I mean, sure. If we're sweeping a stepping, so it's like a dashi barai, supported with an arm drag. Combination throwing and mat arms, okay. Deashibara into Jujigatame, okay. Oguruma into Jujigatame. Those are some fast transitions too. Ooh! Tomoe Nage? Okay. Ooh, they didn't show the rest of that one, but that was a Sewoi Otoshi. You don't see that throw a lot. Ooh. Brother, goddamn. See that one again? So he goes for a Sewoi, gets blocked. Collar grab with both hands. Jesus fuck. He just yeets them in. He throws him so hard he breaks space-time. Holy shit. That's a scary throw to be on the receiving end of. Oh, they just took another take of it. Okay, sure. Oh, very nice. Uki Otoshi, okay, into Osotogari. Classic Dayashi into, I guess it's pain compliance through the elbow. Tomoe Nage into Manori, okay, yes, that's valid. Gyaku Sewoi, Jesus fuck, man. The old Japanese guys had absolutely no chill. How's the stream been so far? We're going down a rabbit hole of old Japanese jiu-jitsu as it was preserved on Hawaii. So pretty good. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. What the fuck? Not the Stone Cold Stunner! Jesus, man. I guess the shirt is appropriate. I want the Stone Cold Stunner entry again. Just a second. Alright, that's the classic Tomoe. Gyaku Sewoi. Like, just examine what's happening here for a moment. I know this throw. I do this throw. Just not in the dojo. Because in the process of doing this throw, you will snap his shit clean off and then pile drive him into the concrete. So this is opposing hand shoulder throw. Cross hand shoulder throw, rather. They are doing Guru Kemi, but that is a fucking traumatic throw to be on the receiving end of. There's a reason why it's not legal in judo. Alright, Osotogari into Udehineri? No, not Udehineri, god damn it. Just named that pain compliance today. Udegarami. Oh, so it's a leg pick counter. It's a double leg counter. God damn. Send that motherfucker to space. Holy shit. Let's see that one again. Double leg. You post up. It is an odd double leg, to be fair. It's a bit gimmicky, but sure. And he just picks him up. He put him in air jail. Hibisugashi Kataguruma, very nice Kataguruma as well. Very clean. The fucking Kosotogari into giant swing. Holy shit. I was not expecting that. That came out of left field. God damn. We're gonna look at that one again. Let's see the kataguruma actually as well. It's a drop kataguruma. Also very clean, goddamn. Fuck, I'm doing that to someone in class. I don't know what the fuck a Boston crab is, but that is called a drop kataguruma. He does that again. He just does that again. God damn. Speen. Literally fucking get rotated 720, idiot. So he does, so that's a conventional kouchigari, but instead of just going into some kind of follow-up, just picks the motherfucker up by the knees and whoo, giant swing. Dakiage, okay. Very clean ukiotoshi. Tomoe nage into, I guess, pain compliance. Osotogari. Oh, okay. I want to see that Tomoe nage reversal. Alright, so he takes the Tomoe, he keeps his grips, and he reaches over to what would normally be cross collar. Throws him up, and aha, pain compliance on the elbow. Kotagaeshi variants, okay. Oh, that's nasty. Let's see that one again. So pain compliance on both, I guess, wrists or elbows, depending on where the grips are. And we use that as, I guess that's still technically a deashibarai. Okay, yeah, I like that one. There's some very high quality, what would that be? God, what's the fucking name of that? That's not, yeah, that is technically haraigoshi. See, that's the way I do haraigoshi, and I get constantly berated for doing it like that. Knife defense arts, okay. Classic. I assume this is some kind of training exercise. Ancient practice, practical defensive arts, okay. Aha, so they have Idori. That's interesting. A lot of very good compliance and controls. That's valuable. Okay. What? A lot of the things I'm seeing are reminiscent of Tokage Hontai Yoshinryu. So I wonder if Dazanryu lineage actually goes from there. I love that fucking ass kick compliance. The entry into Stone Cold Stunner is also very good, but by far my favorite right now is the fucking Kosotogari into into Giant Swing. I can't get over that. There's more? There is more, okay. Getting past the photos real quick. Oh, reversals, okay. This is some high quality stuff. I'm not a big fan of pulling guard from standing as a practice. I'm kind of allergic to that, but I guess it's whatever. Oh, very nice. That's a clean. That's not a Sumigashi. That was also a Ukyoto still. That I need to workshop that takedown. That looks nasty as hell. Wait, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Show me that again. Udegarami. You miss fighting? Well then go fight. What is what exactly is cute, Digby? Sudegarami osotogari into straight into, that's not an armbar. It's difficult to see. I think it's just a hold. The old-timey video? Yeah, that's true. It's supposedly sort of upscaled with AI. The AI does it very little. It does very little to make it better. Good fuck. Oh, I could do without that. Jeez, damn. I'm not throwing shade. Well, first of all, these are Hawaiian guys. This is taught by a. These are American students or American Japanese students of a Japanese instructor. I am not throwing shade. My reactions are because a lot of these are very good, and I've been on the receiving ends of some of these. These are nasty leg locks that you really don't want to take. I doubt these people are long dead. I think it's the 1940s, so. No, I have good things to say about this. This is very high quality training. The more I look, the more Danzanryu is growing on me. They'll be dead in 20 years, I guess. At least 20 years by now, huh? Maybe, you don't know. What? Interesting. So that's a counter to pulling guard. Nice. Okay, you'll love to see it. The fucking garrote over the back throw. Let's check that one again. Dude just no sells that shit. I mean, there is no not even an attempt to soften the fucking fact that he has a cloth across his throat. He just tanks that shit. Jesus Christ. And Digby, in case you've missed it, we're gonna take that. I'm gonna find my favorite thing so far. Let me see. Advanced arts. No, that was not an advanced arts. That was. I think it was this one. Yes. Traditional Kochigari into giant swing. this is vibes jujitsu before. I know, right? I was not ready for the giant swing finisher off of a traditional judo throw. God damn. But yeah, I'm now a big fan of Danzanryu. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna try to find a functioning school to see if I can sink my teeth into them. I would very much like to learn their formal curriculum. Ooh, that's fun. That's fun. I wonder if we can find anything else about Danzanryu on YouTube. Is that the same documentary? I think that's the same documentary that we watched. Yeah, just not horribly not upscaled by AI. Lakewood Budokai. A very brief history of Danzanryu. Okay.
Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu is a Hawaiian-born system created by Professor Henry Okazaki, born in 1890 in Fukushima Prefecture, Japan.
Okay, sure, but he has to. There's obviously Yoshinryu lineage as well. Like, give me the actual lineage.
He immigrated to Hawaii in 1906. In his late teens, he contracted tuberculosis and was given a poor prognosis.
Some lunatics are doing some automated fuckery with India to U.S. airline flights? What do you mean?
He began training in martial arts with the belief that physical training might help him. He recovered from tuberculosis, attributing his recovery to his training. Okazaki studied a variety of martial arts, including Yoshinryu Jiu-Jitsu.
Did I fucking call it? Did I call it or fucking what, Oni Dojo? Who is the fucking expert? Who is the subject matter expert on the angry pajama people? Did I call it or fucking what?
Kodokan Judo, Okinawan Karate, as well as Chinese martial arts, Hawaiian Lua, and Western wrestling, among others. He blended these together into a comprehensive system, which he had formerly named Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu in the early 1920s. The name Danzan comes from the Chinese.
They're exploiting quirks in how airline ticket bookings work to stop Indians from being able to book flights from India to the US. Yes. That's all I'm going to say without glowing too much.
His name for Hawaii, Tanshan. His training not only emphasized combat, but also healing arts, particularly Seifuku Jitsu, a type of massage and therapy. In 1924, Okazaki opened his Kodokan Dojo in Honolulu.
I wonder if there's any formal reading on Danzanryu. So we were just shown what is obviously an annotated textbook. So there has to be some Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu. Okay, let's see what Amazon has. First edition Hawaii Self-Defense, the Blue Belt. I don't know what the fuck this is. Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu Volume 1. I don't like that the names are not Japanese. But you know what? The CD is available to accompany this book. I don't have anything to play a CD with. It reserves the tickets from anywhere from 15 minutes to half an hour once you get past a certain point in the booking process, but not money or ID changes hands, so you can automate this process. Good. Keep doing that. Advanced Yawara. So there are books on. I'm going to download a sample. Let's see if I can read it now, actually. But I am. Just give me a second. I need to sign into my Kindle. I need to remember my password. Nope, that's the wrong password. Who would have thought? I need to find my English language Kindle. Well, get the fuck out. Okay, I'll look at the sample later. I'm gonna toss that. I'm interested to learn, so I'm going to look for original sources. And if it's a physical book, I'm fine with physical books. If anything, I prefer them since they have a little bit more permanence. Gets even better. It's confusing the automated price manipulation system the airlines use to bump up prices to popular flights. One route says now 6K for one-way tickets. Hell yeah. All right, I'm gonna toss all of the Danzanryu books that I can find. And I'm gonna eventually get my hands on them. Official kata manual to the Kodenkan Danzanryu Jujutsu. Okay, we love official materials. The authoritative handbook of the Kodenkan Jujutsu School, Danzanryu. How is it that this is the first time I'm hearing about this? The official documents of Danzanryu Jujutsu. Okay. There's actually quite a bit. I'm surprised that this is the first time I'm hearing about this. All right, but I have my reading list, so I'll be working through that gradually.
Making it one of the first martial arts schools in America. Kodokan translates to School of Ancient Tradition. He was also
Yeah,
a
good luck at
prominent
work.
massage therapist in Hawaii, with clientele that included President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Shirley Temple, and John Wayne. Okazaki continued training until his health began to decline. In 1948, he had a stroke which left him partially paralyzed. His students applied his massage techniques on him, eventually enabling him to teach again. He suffered another stroke in 1950 and again in 1951, which left him completely disabled.
I'm sorry, the man has survived not one, not two, 3 strokes. Absolute unit.
This led to his eventual death, July 12, 1951, at the age of 61. After World War II, many U.S. servicemen stationed in Hawaii trained at the Kodokan. Wally J., the founder of Small Circle Jiu-Jitsu, being one of those early students. After Okazaki's death, Danzanryu split into multiple groups but retained a similar curriculum. Okazaki created the American Jiu-Jitsu Institute in 1939. Since that time, many other organizations have come to be, including American Judo and Jiu-Jitsu Federation, Kodokan Yodanshikai, Pacific Jiu-Jitsu Alliance, and Shosenryu Yodanshikai are also continuing the teachings of Okazaki. Today, Danzanryu is practiced worldwide, though primarily in the U.S. Many schools still require training in both martial techniques and Seifuku Jitsu. Staying true to Okazaki's philosophy that a martial artist should be able to take a life and give a life. Annual gatherings, memorial seminars, and healing clinics continue to honor Okazaki's legacy. He opened his doors to women and all races at a time when this was rare. These are references and recommended reading for Danzanryu Jiu-Jitsu and Professor Henry Okazaki.
Nice. I'm gonna see some more demos. I'm interested in what this is. Standing Kataguruma. Coral belts. Sure, I guess. Obi Otoshi, okay. So they're Okuden. Let's see the list. Momiji Nage, did they say? Nishiwara Nagi no Kata, Shime. Oh, they don't show a lot of these. Okay, fair enough. Oku no Kata. Sumigaeshi. Onii. Interesting. Ah, almost closed OBS. You okay? Sure. All valid stuff. Like, I'm sorry, I can't nitpick this. Asa Kuzushi, okay. Okay, sure. To go off of a... So he goes... Oh, damn it. Right-sided grip. No, left-sided grip, okay. He goes right versus right, okay. Tomoe, he shifts over to two-handed lapel grip, and and he goes into an Erijime, okay. Oh, reversal. Interesting, okay. So that's a sequence of stuff done off of the Hineri, okay? Very cool, very cool. I will look at this in my own leisure. It's a shame that there are not a lot of schools in and around Texas. That's a shame. All right, let's see what else we have on the docket today.
Hi, this is...
Oh, right, we have a chatty video that I'm gonna probably seethe to death over. So, the Disarmed will now tell us about self-defense.
It feels like anytime I open my phone, I'm bound to witness something violent or something that just gets my anxiety through the roof. Now, I don't know if this is my algorithm.
Good, don't turn your back, don't turn your back.
But it feels like it's happening quite a lot these days. I'm not saying...
Nice. I hope he also stumbled into the
today.
fucking rail.
Violent crimes are historically persistent. But if you have told me 10 years ago, this is the world you'd be living in now.
For context, he had Irina Zarutska on his thumbnail, which kind of pisses me off because, as I've said, situational awareness, nice to have. The only way she would have survived that situation is having that and a gun.
Now, I would have laughed in your face because we often think that it's always going to get better. But history is dark periods, good periods, and of course there's always progression of human consciousness. But when it comes to this, especially the days that we are living in now, it feels like it's very dark and it's very heavy. And just like you, I live in the real world. I'm not just something that pops up on your screen that talks about judo. Since the inception of my channel, I've often talked about the importance of self-defense, and prioritizing sports all the time.
Select from 10 drive modes or customize your own. Rivian Quad.
Whenever you get an unskippable ad, remember to curse Vishnu on Twitter.
Is never good, and at least my algorithm is showing me that I've been very correct. And I'm sure you've seen it all over the news, the very tragic and gruesome death of the Ukrainian woman just recently, just coming from work, and this is how she dies, basically. So I've been seeing it over and over, and I've recently had a talk with George Rego. We talked about self-defense, we've talked about how it is done, and he talked about just like your sports, you train your drill, your self-defense techniques similarly. Now, that's one layer of it, because just technique and having fun with your friends on the mat, it's all very good, it's all very healthy, but that's not everything, because awareness is a big part of it. If you look at Hicks and Gracie's self-defense unit, he talks about keeping distance, keeping your arms, trying to talk first. Again, it depends on the pace of the guy. You see the first clip, the guy was clearly up to no good, hiding his arm, and always quiet. The most dangerous are the most quiet, from what I've seen, and they're not gonna try to talk to you and then do it. If they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it, and oftentimes they'll even do it behind your back. So a lot of self-defense techniques where someone comes to grab you and then you do these things, these are most for, I would say, kidnapping. But if someone wants to end your life, they have all the upper hand from behind, and they're just gonna do it, and you're probably not gonna feel it. So awareness and minding your surrounding is very important. So I'm not saying the victims are at fault, of course not. A lot of us just don't know. Think of Andre Galvon when he just stick out his head and yelling at Gordon Ryan, and he got slapped, and he's one of the best fighters of our generation, basically. See, awareness is, even trained people don't even know it, because in the ring, you're gonna fight the guy. The guy is not gonna try to kill you. He has patterns, he has strategy, just like you. So it is very different from all the stuff that we see and all the violent crimes that happen. So, of course, minding your surrounding and prevention are key. And I'll give you a few examples. If it's, I'm hanging out with my friends, maybe in someone's apartment, we're having a talk, maybe a few beers or a glass of wine, and then the liquor store that's 24/7 open, it's 3 o'clock, we ran out of alcohol. You don't need to go down and get that extra bottle. You probably had enough, and it's 3 a.m. Just stay home at this point.
That is the most cucked European shit I have ever heard. Wait, do you not see what is going on? Just a second. I
don't go club.
Jesus, goddamn! Why did no one tell me that? I mean, he mostly does commentary. He reuses the same B-roll for the talk. Please, guys, if the video was not showing, please let me know.
Clubbing or dancing or frequent those narrow streets on the weekend.
But yeah, to the previous comment of average European video quality, not even that. So here's the thing. It's not about the European video quality. My comment was, oh, if it's 3 a.m., just don't go. That is third world shit. That is defeatist cuck behavior. I am sorry. Should you be up at 3 a.m.? From a health perspective, probably not. But as a free man, if I decide that I want to get, not even alcohol, if I decide that I want to go to a Walgreens and pick up whatever the fuck I need at 3 a.m., be it a drink of water, some snacks, or condoms, I am going to the fucking Walgreens at 3 a.m. or whenever it pleases me to do so because I am a free man. And I think that elements that make it unsafe to do that should be removed from society. Whether that happens by means of imprisoning them before they become a hazard, or if I have to shoot them dead in the process of assaulting me, I do not care. Both of those are acceptable outcomes.
And where the little bars are or the little pubs are, that alone will save me a lot of self-defense, so to speak. Again, a lot of it is in the prevention, just like eating healthy in your entire life and training for your entire life. Then you become 80.
Then again, there are also strategies of being smart while being a free man, which means that if you're going out in unfortunate hours, yeah, maybe don't go through the dark, narrow street where you don't have a good field of view. Or if you're, don't become isolated from the larger crowd in the street. It's not like the larger crowd will do anything good for you. If anything, a self-defense shooting that happens in a dark, narrow alley is arguably more advantageous because you can just walk away.
See yourself still
Please don't actually do that. This is not legal advice.
Tying your shoes, going for long walks, even going to judo, and you're still standing up mentally.
Reminds you of suggestions by old Barton Wright, who stated you should walk in the middle of the street to avoid potential attacks from alleys. Yeah, that's also valid.
Healthy because of all the studying you've done about fitness, your martial arts, even your regular life. Maybe you are someone of faith, you constantly read the Bible, you constantly research these things, you learn the old languages that the Bible was written in. All these things will keep your brain fresh, and when you are old, you will be much sharper than those who didn't do any of the work on their brain while you were doing it. And of course, you know, bad habits like alcohol and drugs and weed. I know people think it's harmless. It isn't. All of that stuff it's part of self-defense, you know. Even if you hadn't trained martial arts, let's just say you are in front of someone, maybe you get the chance to run. If you are unhealthy, if you are overweight, if you didn't take care of yourself, and you look very unhealthy.
Reminder to put the fork down. Putting the fork down.
First of all, you
free.
look like a better target for them, and two, you're not gonna make it out if you try to run. So think of all these things. I've talked about these things with Pedro Valente, of course, recently George Rego.
Operation. I'm sorry, I'm derailing this, Digby. You know that the thing that you were referring to previously, Operation Clog the Toilet. Okay. The setup. Tens of thousands of abroad are now scrambling to get last-second flights to the U.S. The solution: Operation Clog the Toilet. The plan: go to Google Flights, search common India-U.S. flights, e.g. Mumbai to San Francisco. Initiate the checkout process. Don't check out. Leave window open for full 15 minutes. Repeat. TLDR. Open common Indian flights. Initiate checkout. Holds. Repeat. If enough autists do this, the whole flight reservation system will get clogged and H1Bcells will be stuck in India. Dare I do that? Dare I do that on stream? I would never.
And no, it's very important to mind yourself. A lot of your habits. Think of training like prayer. It's a duty. It's towards someone else, not just for you, but everyone around you. You might be someone that can save an old lady on the street, in the subway, whatever. But again, it feels like there's a huge rise in crime all over the world, and it doesn't feel like it's not fun to open your phone and see it every day. You know, your anxiety shoots through the roof. Anytime maybe you're gonna go out, gonna take the transport, it's gonna pop in your head, one of those scenes. So a lot of it isn't really fun, but be mindful, stay healthy. You know, don't be down on your phone while walking in crowds after you leave the subway or in the subway or whatever. You know, look around. Maybe make sure your back is cover maybe the subway door or whatever.
Oh, what is
it may
this?
Be. You know, there's a lot of things. Think about it. And if you do get confronted, make sure your hands are up, keeping space, telling someone don't come any closer. And if they keep coming, then you know that they're a threat. Again, a lot of them are very quiet. If you see the women empowered, I believe, by the Gracie, one of the first things they do is they yell, put their arm up, especially in isolated places. Don't come any close. If they keep coming, then you know. You see it also with Hickson. He puts his arm and puts the weight distribution on the feet is more on the not on the heel but on the sole of the foot, because if you get pushed then you don't collapse. There's a bunch of stuff and none of us train any of them.
And speak for yourself, my brother in Christ. The predominant majority of my training is self-defense training. Like, I'm not gonna throw shade at the athletic judo bros. Like, they do good work, but they do kind of over focus on the competitive stuff and not enough on the making it alive, making it out of these situations alive. I'm waiting to hear at least like a drop of useful advice, and I'm coming up absolutely flat. Like, my guy, for a martial artist, you are floundering on the subject in an embarrassing manner. I don't know why you bothered to make a 9-minute video consisting of nothing.
This is just prevention. Then when things go down, maybe there's no weapon.
Why is there no weapon? Let's start with this. Why the fuck are you not armed? I understand that the European mind cannot comprehend personal agency. Be armed. I'm sorry, there are no excuses anymore. If you live in a free country, you get yourself a fucking gun. If you don't have ready access to a firearm, look at anything that approximates a firearm as closely as possible. Even Russia, god fucking damn Russia, allows you to carry less lethal firearms. Are they shit? Yes. However, it is better. It is better than nothing, because, you know what? They can't prosecute you if you're fucking dead. And if that's not an option that's available to you, have a knife. Oh, knives are illegal? Please see above. Better be judged by 12 than carried by 6. Or, it's better to be judged by 12 than to be fucking raped. Carry a walking stick. Even a walking stick. But a knife with a walking stick will do wonders for you. Be armed. None of this pussy shit. They can't prove you don't have intermittent knee pain. Yeah, they can't.
You're probably going to handle yourself pretty well if you are brown belt, black belt, whatever it may be.
Yeah, lead belt, as in like a 9mm belt, as in you have a gun on you, is the best, you have the best odds of survival.
So, but it all comes down to prevention, not frequenting places that are dangerous, you know, the hours, if you are alone or with...
Chetty, my guy, you are French. Is there a place in Paris that is not dangerous now? You're skirting by the real issue of there are people in our countries who should be either in jail or be deported from our fucking countries. You're saying A, but you're not saying B. You're not coming around to logical conclusions. You're not really giving good advice in terms of awareness of who your common predator is going to be. You offer zero useful advice. Do better. Holy shit. But this is Google Flights. And let's see if the process is as straightforward as it is offered. Okay, so the most reasonable one I see is probably this Turkish Airlines flight for $800. Do we have to go to a specific booking site, or can we book that just through here? Trip.com, booking.com, booking Indigo. It is an airline. Okay, we continue to this. I'm just make sure that it doesn't auto-populate anything. Although I don't use this browser for any of my personal life stuff, so it shouldn't. Okay, let's see. Yes, rupees. Mumbai to LAX, I think, is the one that I'm booking. Okay, so we go next, and we approve next. And contact details. How far into checkout do we need to go? Oh, middle name. Sorry, I don't have the last name. Date of birth optional. Okay, let's see. What is a valid phone number? I don't know a valid phone number. Field is required. What's the Indian? I shouldn't click on these things so willy-nilly. Okay, I think if we just hang around here, it's gonna pre-hold it, right? Is that enough? All right, let's just hold that until we're logged out. Maybe booking. Let me see if booking is gonna betray some of my autofill information. Hopefully it won't. Although I don't use this booking site for anything. So. Continue. Mumbai to LA, contact email, phone number. What do you mean it's not a valid phone number? Okay, there you go. You can't prove that that's not. Get the fuck out. You can't prove that that's not a real phone number. I guess it's. Oh wait, it's six figures here. Okay, 2, 2, 3, and then it's 4 more. There we go. That's a valid phone number. Just a second. I'm filling out my bogus information. Oh, okay. Add a contact. Why do they specify your sex on travel documents? I don't know what the reason for that is. No travel protection. Next. Okay, so this is on booking. Booking, I think, is. Why are we skipping stuff? Oh yeah, we skip seat selection. Wait, what? Your friend witnessed. Dragged you out of a nightclub to witness something a few days ago? The kids are not okay. What do you mean, Digby? Can you please be more specific? All right, and we just stay on the payment page. Hell yeah. Just gonna hang out here for a while we watch another. Actually, I need a bathroom break, so go on Google Flights and book some flights from India to America for no reason in particular. I'll be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. Was it Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s? It all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To reject the Volksgemeinschaft current within these broader and genuinely noble and necessary movements to stand up for our countries is not to reject the effort to stand up for our countries. It's to resist another kind of collectivism that won't get us where we want to go.
Righty ho. Where are we? Your friend's a bit of a sleazy guy, like 30s, only bangs uni girls. I wanted to see if you noticed something, so he convinced you to go out to a uni freshers event. Freshers, I assume, means freshmen, so first year, at a nightclub. Girls are all around 18, but they look like they're 30. In what sense? What do you mean? Do they look like they're 30 because they're ran through whores, or what? Because of the way they dress, or just because they haven't aged gracefully?
Shadi, today I have a detailed one for you. We're going to be going through many books from old even to just a few years back. I mean, 3 years.
Like really ran through, and it shows. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, the London club rats, even back in 2013, were a rough scene to look at, if I'm being completely honest. It was not great. It's, yeah, the kids are not doing okay, as you have said.
Years ago, and we're gonna see just how much techniques have evolved. Now, you have to understand something. The way in Japanese a technique is described or named, it is how it is seen. At the same time, it is self-explanatory, and we're gonna see exactly that. So just like in the past they had the Gokyo, and it has evolved over the years. Even if you go to the,
I mean, it's not uncommon for I'm gonna divert a little bit. It's not uncommon for London university girls to have frequent and casual sex for drugs. It was not an uncommon thing, and that's all I'm gonna say. Like, I had an acquaintance who's like a nice, quote unquote, nice girl from a very wealthy Russian family, and even like the moment she got into that environment, she started hoeing around pretty hard. She had a situationship where she was hopping between some unemployed Spaniard banging her on and off, and being the sort of how should I what's the term, sugar baby, basically being a private a private call girl for some upper class British noble who owns like a fifth of the land across London. It's become very common with girls in England. Yeah. Schools around here offer sexual favors for waifs. Jesus fuck, man. That's just upsetting.
the Kodokan website now, you're gonna see the list has evolved over time. Even now, we do have techniques that are evolving.
I mean, such are the fruits of feminism. I'm sorry, there is no other culprit.
In present generation, and I will go through that for you. So we're gonna see it's not just like a fixed thing that we have, although the principles are still there, all of them, but in terms of how we see the techniques, everything
Zoe?
Yeah. From meeting for coffee?
Changes and evolves. Of course, don't forget to check out my book, linked below. So now, when it comes to foot sweeps, we have today, at least, we have okuri and deashi harai. So you have the sending foot, where you send the closest foot to the far one and you sweep them both, like as you see here in this book by Hajime Itsugai. Or you have, you know, the stepping forward foot or coming out like deashi. While here, for example, in Inoguchi's Jujutsu book, you had something what is called hikikomi ashiharai, and I've discussed this, I believe, around a year ago. I forget. This is from the 1910s, both books that I just showed. So this one is actually you push them back and then you pull them forward. You have one foot that is forward, as you always do in randori, and as it is coming forward because you pulled it, hence the name hikikomi, you know, pulling strongly into you, and then you sweep the foot as it is coming.
I think that's a bit of a nitpick. It's still classified as a deashi barai because the logic is that the difference is that an okuriashi barai sweeps the leg as it's being unloaded, and deashi barai is sweeps the leg as it's being loaded, rather right before it's being loaded. The way you get into those positions varies, but like it's not that it's different from the old ways. It's just that it's all now called ashibarai.
And it is much easier than the other variations, in my opinion. And I would imagine it would look something like this. So here we have Jacques Lebert, may he rest in peace. So here, as it is coming forward, you keep it coming towards you and you cross, almost like you want to wrap one leg with the other. Like,
I mean, that's the deashi barai that I was taught originally before I did judo.
Tetherball. So picture a pull also with the sleeve or the lapel.
There's also a different variant of deashi barai where you will off balance them to the forward, to the side, as opposed to the corner, with a sleeve pull, and then you will sweep the leg as you're pulling the sleeve out and down.
He's coming here forward, so I would imagine it would look something like this. So you make a push to the back and then pull them towards you, and then as the foot is coming, this is what you do. You cross your own legs as you are sweeping that foot. Think of the banana peel effect. You can also, you know, anchor them down, and then as they're coming up, you can do it, and you pull as well towards you, because the name says you have.
But that was technically an okuriashi barai now, because you sweep the leg as it's being unloaded as opposed to before it's loaded.
To pull hardly inward towards you and then sweep. And now we just call this deashi harai because the foot is coming forward, or either it is about to land on the foot or on the ground, sorry, or it is about to take off. This is the difference, but this one, in my opinion, actually explains it better for people. Now, second one, as you can see on the right side of the page, because Japanese goes from right to left, it says Yoko Wakare, which is interesting because, as you can see, he's almost blocking the foot and going to the side, which kind of looks like, from today's eyes at least, it's Yokogake. So the description says that, you know, you pin down and then you go to the side and slap that foot and you go down together, similar to the description of Yokogake. We will see Yokogake also as well, but it is called Yoko Wakare, which is strange because it is a completely different technique. So now let's take a look a little bit at Yoko Wakare now.
Well, because first of all, one of them is Jiu-Jitsu and this is Judo, and the classifications of Judo are going to be different for different... I think that's unnecessary.
And it looks very different. As you can see, you create that rotational force with your body as you lay down, and then you separate. So side separation, and it can be done many ways. You can just roll the sleeve almost like a makikomi. There's a bunch of ways of doing it, but this is the ending form, is that you lay in front of them, and then with the rotational form laying down. And do not confuse with Yoko Guruma, this is something else, but they kind of use similar mechanics, is that somewhat rotational form either from the front or from the side, and then you lay down and you launch them. You don't lift in Yoko Guruma, but here you can see it is much different than what I just showed you. Now let's take a look at Yoko Gake. So Yoko Gake, you can put them on that.
I think it has to do with the fact that Yoko Wakare is just a dynamically more advanced throw, and it appeared significantly later, so it likely displaced it in the naming convention as the Gokyo was formalized, and that's about it.
Toe, little toe, and then from it you slap, and as you go almost in them but to the side and pulling them in, you catch them in it here.
Funny enough, I once landed that throw in Kyokushin. Naturally not tournament legal, but I did do that against a significantly taller opponent who wanted to do some kumite with me, and he got into grabs, and he got his fucking head slammed on the floor. It's a very intuitive throw.
Here, this is what you want.
But it's funny because I figured this throw out significantly earlier than I started doing any real grappling.
And you slap it. But as you can see, Yoko Wakare was this in the past, especially on the sleeve side. You anchor it down and you do it. So now I understand this is a rare technique. Even now today in competition, it's not done like this. It is done with the shin almost. Now, if you look at this one here, on the right side, it's
the right side, okay.
That's Yoko Gake, which also looks like what we just saw. But if you look, the sleeve is pulled rather than down and to the side, like in kata, for example. And here it's saying that you do it, but think of a sacrificing sasai, and that what makes it a Yoko Gake. And it's true. We're gonna see just exactly that with the old Kodokan DVD, and we're gonna see exactly that. So instead of anchoring them down and then as they rise up you do it, you actually do something like this. In this I believe like 30-year-old DVD, maybe, I'm not sure, you also have this variation of Yoko Gake. So it's like a sacrificing sasai tsurikomi ashi. Now let's go back to just 3 years ago. They talk here in this Kodokan magazine about the Kieta waza and the wasurareta, waza.
So gone and forgotten techniques, okay.
Same time, so you have lost and forgotten techniques. Look at above the title, you have the very weird way of doing seoinage while crossing your arm and grabbing the belt, and I'll show you all the stuff that we saw. And here you can see on the right side, the picture on the top, it's on one knee and gripping the belt, so it's a seoi otoshi, but it is done differently by gripping the belt. Now let's take a look at a
well, for one, we're not allowed to grab belts
close up of the technique. So the one on the left I'm talking about, he is standing, you drop down on one knee, and you have one arm that is pulling on the belt across, while one is pulling down on the sleeve also across, and you don't lift them on your back, you just let them drop while making contact on your back. So seoi otoshi.
Yes, that is the old way of doing seoinage as well. That's the way I do seoinage. I don't like the way of loading and popping. I think it's a lazy way to do that. I do the twist and follow through.
You don't lift the hips up to create that big, lift with the back as you go down. That's the main difference. And here you don't see this one anymore, but to them here you can see, I believe it is, I'm sorry, the writing is too small, and you can see it here. It was one of the lost techniques, or forgotten at least techniques of Kodokan. Now focus on the left side again. The two pictures on top of each other, They're both Yoko Wakare, but one is being done by Yokoyama at the bottom, and on top it is by Hajime Isogai, both 1 year apart, so 1913, 1914. And look how differently they're doing that. Both some of the first generation of Kodokan, or one of the pillars of Kodokan. One of them, of course, Yokoyama, is the Four Guardians. So you see, you had all these variations of one technique, but later they became more specialized. They realized, no, this is more like Yokogake, so they put it back into the Yokogake umbrella. Now, another one here from a few decades ago, this one from the, I believe, the late 90s, this DVD, they said this is Kuzure Kesagatame. So now we know it is separated and even more specialized into Ushiro Kesagatame, and so which means from the back side, or turned from the back. Here you see it also.
We did that shit like all session on Thursday. My neck is still sore.
They have a bunch of variations, but it was all in the Kuzure Kesagatame, or the broken down scarf hold. I mean, they're all scarf hold. If you go back to the Katame no Kata, the first technique is Kesagatame, and it's actually Kuzure Kesagatame. So even if you go back like 150 years ago, 140, I would say, they were all technically Kesagatame, and they are, all of them. It's you talk about the variation and then you say Kesagatame. So technically it's still all Kesagatame. Like I said, the principles are all still the same, but now we have become more specialized just to kind of give more details and more explanation for it,
because it's easier to preserve information when it's well cataloged.
Technique, yes. Or a variation, I should say. Now, also recently, now we have Ura Gatame, and look at how you just perpendicular, a perfect T, but at least to me, it's an Ushiro Kesa. All you have to do is rotate your hips towards the feet, and the effect still be the same, but somehow they will call it
Hey, on your right, my left, it's the palace.
We planned this all wrong. Viator lets you book thousands of guided tours.
Bit of family drama?
Regret less. Do more with that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not a realistic representation of a bad neighborhood in London.
Gatame. So, another thing that now, in our generation, that we do, it is also a change. I don't know how it's going to be perceived in the future, but Kuzure Kami Shiho Gatame. A lot of people do not understand just how rich this pin is and how many variation it is. It's not just holding the belt underneath the arm like Kami, but Kuzure, you have gripping the arm or going through around and gripping the collar. You can tie up the arm with the belt. There's a bunch of stuff, as long as you are in what in jiu-jitsu call north-south, different than gripping the belt underneath the arms, then all of it is Kuzure Kami Shiho Gatame. You have many variations, and one variation, for example here, crossing like this, one variation you will see that you would have never thought that it is one of those, because you call it by a completely different name. And here you can see there's a bunch of stuff you can do. You can cross your arms, you can isolate the arm like this, while the other one is wrapping it here with the skirt. That's also Kuzure Kami Shiho, a broken down form of the pin. And you can see there's endless varieties to it. Just think that anything other than putting my hands under the arms and grabbing the belt is Kuzure. Then you just think how creative you can get. And now let me show you what a lot of people are doing today. And it's this entering from a triangle and then wrapping and then finishing the triangle, but they're using...
The Japanese are very good at the suso fuckery. The sort of the skirt over the jacket. They have metagamed that shit to death. Now, on the one hand, it's very interesting to learn. On the other hand, I feel like it's a very superfluous skill to dedicate time to. Will it make you good at the competitive judo? Yes. Is it useful outside of the competitive context? No, no, it's not. Absolute dog shit. Literally zero use to it.
Using it as a pin. A lot of people call it sankaku gatame, which is not wrong etymologically speaking. It is a triangle hold, but it is still under the umbrella of kuzure. Kodokan does not have what is called sankaku gatame. Recently, I think, sorry, a few months back, I talked about this and I said sankaku gatame actually doesn't exist in the curriculum. And then just a few short days later, it might be a coincidence, I'm not entirely sure, but Neil Adams on his Instagram, he was explaining this and he said sankaku gatame, but then he says, but the Kodokan actually says it's a variation of kuzure. So I'm not sure if he watched my video. It can be a coincidence, but I'm just...
Alright, I'm getting a little bit bored. Oh, okay. Maine Coon mauled the cameraman? Okay. Big sure, I need a palate cleanser. Just
In
something to
session for
reset.
the case of the people
Thank you for the hydrate.
versus Zuko the Maine Coon. The defendant stands accused of multiple crimes.
Oh, that is a nice big Maine Coon.
Resisting grooming,
Pure white,
refusal
too.
of tube treats, attempted escape, and most notably,
He's a beefy boy. Like, he's substantial. He's not very long-haired. He's just a beefcake.
assaulting the cameraman.
Zuko is not neutered, so right now he's going crazy smelling all the cats and licking everything. You don't care for treats? Yeah, we have quite a bit of matting. Let me see your paws. Look at them, they're massive. Should we have Purdy here for distraction? Stick her in a carrier?
Zuko entered the grooming salon, already suspicious.
Don't bite me, okay?
He sniffed, he paced. His eyes darted around, like a criminal casing the joint.
Yeah, it smells like cat.
Is that Chanel number 5?
It's okay.
He's pretty chunky for a white Maine Coon, yeah.
All right, buddy, good boy. I wish you would get distracted by tube treats.
As I began shaving out his mats, the defendant wiggled, squirmed, and tried every move in the book. We call this Exhibit A, non-stop shenanigans.
He just doesn't want to participate.
Can you stay here, please? Oh, no, you gotta stay. Good.
The charge of refusal to cooperate was filed the moment he declined tube treats.
Eat tube.
Your Honor, I plead lactose intolerant.
Trying to go for it, eh? Please don't lick this, okay? Because you're gonna cut your tongue. I'm gonna stay up here.
Like, he's not even being mean or aggressive, but he's just being uncooperative.
Once he gets a scent of a female, he is utterly distracted. Hi, you're very cute. Oh, you're making weird noises.
Finally, Zuko collapsed on the table, dramatic
Remember the big apathetic one? A lot of the Maine Coons are like that.
as ever. Whispering with his eyes, I rest my case.
Good boy. He's getting frustrated with me, I can tell.
He's being extremely well behaved.
Please
He
don't
had
swat me.
someone else to hold him, then he'd be easy.
I know you're thinking about it.
Well, he seems to have gotten tuckered out, so he's he's taking a break from the fuckery. Nope, he's back up again. Look at the neck on him. God damn, he's a substantial boy.
I know.
I know why. Because he's not neutered. He's an adult Maine Coon who's not neutered. That's why he's so big. Which, you know what, actually makes me reconsider wanting to get my Maine Coon from a breeder, because the breeder I was looking at, they only sell you the kittens after they've been sprayed and neutered. and they're fairly young. They're like I think they're a year old when they sell them to you. But realistically, you're depriving the cat of so much hypertrophy.
How am I going to give you a bath? You are stronger than I am.
Does he need one?
Well, yeah, Digby, sure, but then again, like, have we considered that if we're talking about a large breed that's supposed to be muscle, like, avoid competition breeding, to avoid unethical breeding, to you also don't want tomcat spraying. I understand that, Digby. Yes, these are all valid considerations, but at the same point, for example, in humans, castratos suffer from very, very severe osteoporosis. They have a plethora of health issues. Like, having low testosterone as a man who's able to communicate his symptoms is a miserable fucking existence. So I'm not sure if cats function similarly, because we are fairly far removed on sort of the evolutionary tree. But I can't imagine it's a great experience.
It's really hard to tell. She says he needs one. You need one? You need a bath? I don't think I'm putting him in the cat bath. He's too big for that. I think I might put him in the shower, to be honest. You gonna go in the shower with me? Okay, let's take a break and I'll figure out how we're gonna do your bath. Are we gonna be good boys? Please, don't panic, okay? And please don't try to jump out of here. No jumping. Good boy. Maine Coons are supposed to like water, but I've been told he does not like baths. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, Zuko. No, 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 no.
For a cat that large, that's a very, very squeaky meow.
You're okay, buddy. You're doing a good job. Nope, you gotta stay here.
It's so fun.
Nope.
His Ronnie Coleman-ass voice.
Nope, nope, nope. Put your nails away. Good boy. You're so stinky. He's not neutered. He reeks. You're okay. It's decided.
Not nice, baby. Not nice.
It was a nice try. Nope, 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 nope. I have to rinse you now somehow. It's going to be interesting. Do not jump.
Then came Exhibit B, the bath incident. Zuko cried out in betrayal, searched desperately for escape, and in a climatic moment, scaled the wall like a desperate Mufasa. It was here the most serious charge was committed, assaulting the cameraman in cold blood.
He tried to climb the cameraman out. You have a Siberian like that? He looks like the archetypical wild Siberian, very tough, beefy, all muscles and serious face. His ferocious roar is anything but. His breeder heard it, and it showed, couldn't believe it was him. Never again in public, never again.
Following this incident, Zuko was immediately placed in solitary confinement, known here as the Rage Cage. Sentencing was postponed until the cameraman could in fact stop bleeding.
Call the paramedics, but not.
Do competition cats get points docked for being squeaky?
For me.
One evil man.
He is not evil.
He's evil.
He didn't try to hurt you. He just was trying to escape.
Deliberate and premeditated.
It was not deliberate. He's never gonna forgive you, buddy. Okay, come on. Let's go.
He's so fluffy, fresh out of the oven.
Step out for me to pick you up because you're a big boy.
But the case doesn't end here. After serving his time, Zuko returned to the grooming table for Exhibit C. Post-bath fluff, with mats gone and coat brushed out, he strutted like a model on the catwalk.
Just a very stereotypical Russian woman who doesn't like that part of her cat sounds. Okay,
I know,
valid.
you're a good boy, though.
I don't know about that.
He said, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's the first time you ever got hurt by an animal in the grooming salon, okay? Welcome to my world. Yeah. See, I'm not mean. You have to be a nice boy, hey? It's okay. Don't shake. Be a nice boy. I just need to finish your grooming. Let me see. Don't bite me. Yes, groom yourself at the same time. That's fine. Can I just feel? Don't do it. I just want to see. Just want to feel. Good boy. Good, thank you.
And so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
all right, buddy,
we
you're
ask,
all done.
Is Zuko guilty or simply fabulous? Because while the cameraman may never be the same, Zuko walks free into his crate, smug and glorious, like the villain who always gets away.
Common Canadian criminal prosecution system.
Thank you. Please come again.
Long live the king.
He is a very nice cat. I've just changed my opinion on spraying cats. Goddamn. Because listen, I wouldn't want someone to deprive me of testosterone. What am I supposed to do with my freshly neutered cat? Am I supposed to put him on TRT so that he grows to full size? Actually, not a bad idea.
If you've ever seen a...
I wonder if I can give a cat oral testosterone. These are why is this my train of thought? But then again, like if the breeders took his nuts away, the least I can do is put him on gear. Just a year later, he's going to be the most gigantic trend out of his mind killer cat.
Politician question why civilians need access to weapons like this. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Guys, something that's unfortunately happening more.
There are a few options. There's an implant that's sort of a halfway point. Is it like, God, I forget what it's called. Is it like, I'm trying to remember the name for it. God, a UDI, but the other way around. So it's like the thing that women have implanted for their HRT.
More and more. We'll educate them why. We'll tell them why. But today I want to go over this. This is the CQBR civilian version, as close as I can get it, and I think a pretty good setup for all of our civilian weaponry needs. Why is it important to have armed civilians? Well, we are...
Yeah, it's like a hormone implant. Yeah, I've heard of those.
Check
it's like a slow release sort of hormone thing.
Balance to the government should it get out of control. People are being arrested for tweets right now across the ocean, and police can act in that jurisdiction, essentially knowing they are dealing with a disarmed public. Never a good thing. So wanted to today go over this Daniel Defense-based CQBR build, talk about why we would use it as a civilian, and go over the build real quickly. Most of our need...
I'm kind of looking at that, and I kind of want one now. I have an Aero Precision lower, and Aero Precision actually makes the DD lowers. So I could grab a 10.3556 upper pretty easy.
For firearms as civvies are going to be, right now anyway, for self-defense. Self-defense usually happens pretty close to the person. In that instance, having a ultra long range is not really required. So this is a 10.3. This will do mighty fine. Majority of all infantry engagements are within 300 meters, guys. That is well within the wheelhouse of the 10.3. So we'll go over the build. We'll go our favorite way to go on the channel, butt to front. Some of you guys, your favorite way.
Shrinks the nuts and provides the benefits of neutering, stops them spraying, etc., but they still grow bigger. Well, yeah, they are just being put on test. That is literally what happens to bodybuilders in real life. Their endogenous testosterone shuts down entirely, and they still get all of the androgenic effects. Well, if they blast testosterone too much, they're going to get aromatizing effects, such as, increased estrogen production. But, that's neither here nor there. All right.
Way two. Owing true to that name, we'll start in the rear, guys. This is a pistol. Thank you, ATF. This is a pistol stabilizing brace. That is only what I would use it for, of course. And this is the SBA3. This is the condition, actually, it was transferred to me in. Trump, not the most pro-gun president, but I don't believe they would be transferring these were Kamala in. So enjoy the rights we have. They seem to change every 4 years. We have our SBA3 on the back right here, little hair tie. We have our sling. So bungeed up there, comes out nice and easily. Guys, I do like the 1-point sling. I'm going to officially come out as a 1-point sling enjoyer. I'll tell you why. Now this is a
Stunning and
convertible
brave.
before all the 2-point or die bros get mad. I can run it.
Oh, that's the whatever the fuck, the Magpul sling. I was looking at that.
That's a 2-point here, but I like 1 points because it just offers you a greater level of maneuverability.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
So I can manipulate the firearm here, reloads, all that good stuff. So 3 mags right here, 1, 2, 3. This just hangs to the side when you're wearing plates. Very easy. I love 1 point for that reason. Like I said, it can be 2 as well, so you guys don't get too angry. Inside the build, standard buffer tube, but we are running a Geisley braided wire spring and a H2 buffer. Generally go at least H with all my builds. Are doing H2 here on account of the fact that we have a carbine length gas system suppressed. So there is a little bit of gas to the face that the Geisley charging handle does not deflect here. I think I
guess you could fix that if you have a flow-through can. Like I'm looking at Huxworks for my MCX. So if I were to go with sort of a Cope 18 build as opposed to a Mark 18, I would probably go with a flow-through.
3 would be overkill, especially if we were to ever run this without the can on. So for me, it's a good balance. We take a little bit of gas to the face in the name of reliability, folks. Moving forward from there, we have a QD end plate here that you saw, Daniel Defense version, many other good versions out there as well. We have a Magpul K2 grip. Love the angle of this, love the extra padding up here for your wrist. Works very nicely. Inside the MOE grip, we have a single CR123 battery.
I wonder if I can negotiate that with a breeder. Say that, hey, like I want this kitten in like X number of months whenever he's available up for adoption, but let's not neuter him. Let's put him on gear. I want this boy to be big.
And a 2030.
Me when I deliberately adopted Juicehead cat.
2 coin battery if our T2 were ever to run out of battery. I don't think that has ever happened.
There'd be some kind of contract negotiation there for me to not remove it, I assume.
Anyone, I'm sure it has to someone.
I mean, why would I fuck with my cat's health is the bottom line here.
But that's what's in there. Moving up, we have the Magpul aluminum handguard.
Here's the thing. If I'm paying for you to not breed it, sure, fine, what the fuck ever. Listen, I'm paying $3,000 for the damn kitten. I think I can have some leeway here, okay? Especially if they state that the high price is to sort of deflect off of irresponsible people who should not be allowed to own pets. I almost dropped a number of gamer words there.
Guard, I don't mind the MOE polymer. Just as far as a life-saving tool you can bet your life on, aluminum is always a good choice. Moving on from there, our safety is a non-ambi safety.
Because some musclehead comes by and tries to get a non-neutered kitten, you'd be suspicious? How dare you? Listen, I'm fine with contractually not breeding it. Just, make sure that my cat is healthy and grows to a full size.
I don't need ambi because I'm right-handed, and I don't like the bulge here. Some of you guys might like that. I don't. It just gets in the way of the finger here, rested against the lower right side of the receiver, so it is a left side only. Trigger itself is Geisley SSA, one of the best triggers.
I don't get the point of ambi safeties unless you're wrong-handed. And even if you're wrong-handed, shooting a rifle is a two-hand skill. It doesn't fucking matter which one of your hands is dominant. It really doesn't. Just stop being special and learn the correct way of weapons handling. It's really just that easy. The ambi safety does nothing. It adds nothing. And if you try to shoot your rifle that is otherwise right-handed from the other shoulder, you will eat brass.
Triggers on the market, in my opinion. And the upper and lower themselves are Daniel Defense. I don't think you need to get a Daniel Defense upper and lower necessarily, guys.
Might be related to wrong-eyedness. Okay, but then you need a left side ejection port, as opposed to having an otherwise right-handed rifle, which spits lead, or rather that spits hot brass to the right, but has an ambi safety.
What I will say,
I say that as someone who I have ambidextrous controls on my MCX. I barely fucking use them because the magazine release on the right side is better, and I don't need, like, my thumb is on the right side. I don't know.
is if your lower is slightly out of spec in any way, that can greatly affect the feel of your trigger pull. So the guys that say all lowers are the same, they are if they're in spec. Just make sure it's a quality setup you have. Mag release, which I very much like, is a slightly extended mag release here, the paddle to smack with our hand. JP makes a great one of these if you guys don't want to run the Daniel Defense setup, or if you don't have one already. We do have the polymer mag cover. Polymer's kind of where the industry's going for these Magpul again, not shilling Magpul. They have a nice...
Magpul has a good range. They sell good stuff. I see no issue with it.
Aftermarket option if you want to drop one in as well. Charging handle is Geisley. Bolt is Daniel Defense. Moving forward from there to kind of the fun stuff, we do have first the M-buses. Guys, I like the M-bus 3s. I think they're as close to a perfect polymer backup site as you can get.
I would not trust polymer for iron sights. It's unlikely that you will have to use irons on a rifle, but I kind of still want them to be made of steel, even if I have to pay extra for that.
I actually like that they removed the activation rails from the side, makes it a little bit slicker, in my opinion, and these work just fine. Same plain optical rail here, so you can switch to the larger aperture if you'd like, or smaller, and you can fold it, and nothing is in the way like on the old version when that would be sticking up. So very cool, adds very little weight. Probably not needed with the T2, but we have them there. And moving forward from there, we have our red dot magnifier combo. Guys, this is pretty much the peak of setups in my opinion. Yes, you can take the magnifier off. This is a G33, probably the best magnifier on the market. Maybe aim point is slightly better, I don't know. And then there's the T2. Guys, this is the best red dot in the world. I don't really care what you say. I don't really care about certain features some other dots might have. This, to me, has the biggest pedigree of them all. Yes, pedigree matters when it comes to life-saving equipment. And we have it in spades here with the T2. I don't think any other dot comes close. Does come with the covers, very nice. Can be used completely occluded, if you would like. And I have never had the battery fail on me. That's more than I can say for my EOTechs. Just remember to turn it off when you're not using it. It will last you forever. Mount here is a lower thirds. Guys, people are returning to lower thirds. The super high mounts are kind of not it anymore. It was a fun phase we'll look back on, but not really it anymore. This is a LaRue LT660, kind of the goat when it comes to these. Nice little lever here to hook onto. I put a little bit of oil on there just to make that process easier on the upper. Nice amount of pressure locks it in. And then the switch itself goes forward, so that's not going anywhere. We love this setup. Very cool. And you know, you talk about iconic setups. This is probably up there with one of the most iconic setups of all time, I would say, in my opinion. So
I would probably go with an EOTech, but that's just because I'm an EOTech fanboy.
Moving forward, we have the 10.3-inch barrel surrounded by the Daniel Defense MFR Slim Handguard. Not sure what that stands for. We do have rail panels on the right and left of the platform here. And on the bottom, you will notice the Magpul
Angle
Foregrip version 2. Guys, this is probably one of the most iconic firearms accessories of all time, widely misunderstood by many. It is just designed to transfer some of that weight to your bicep, like a vert, but not fully. And then also with the indentations here, you can wrap your fingers around. It just helps you pull it into your shoulder.
I don't mind the AFG. I used to run it on my Benelli. You know, it's solid.
Much more securely. So we love it. Can also be used as a standoff for barricades up there. Also, look at the vibes, guys. The vibes are immaculate. And that is the main reason you should be doing a build, is because it looks cool. No,
no lie detected. Me personally, I would have gone with a no, I wouldn't have gone with a vertical grip because the fucking ATF. I just remember that. Never mind, scratch that.
For real, I do like it. I also don't mind just running this rail bare. I think that's almost a little.
Okay, all things being equal, please no closed captions. I would have probably run a vertical grip. But I understand the need to substitute for an angled.
A bit quicker when it comes to getting the gun up and moving it around, but this is a great option. Like I said, gives you those multiple points of contact to pull the firearm into your shoulder to help control recoil. Very cool. The flannel is so hot. We are going to continue. Moving over to the left side of the firearm, we do have a single cell body Surefire Light. This is not the turbo, this is the OG. And I have replaced the bulb itself here with an aftermarket option just for a little bit tighter of a hotspot with the firearm. It's not turbo level. I don't want to blind myself when I use this at 3 a.m. when there's a home intruder, but it's a little bit tighter hotspot than you'd get normally with the OEM Surefire head. So lots of options out there for that, guys. Rail is government profile, in case it wasn't mentioned. This is a .070 gas block. The crane spec size slightly increased for increased reliability. OEM Daniel gas block on there. Then on our barrel, we have this guy. This is the Gemtech Halo. Attaches to A2 birdcage style setups. We'll demonstrate that here. Very easy to get on and off. It does have a little hole for a ratchet should you really lock it down on there. Carbon buildup, all that stuff. I've never had to use that, and just grip it real good, and she will pop right off. Nice tight fit there. So you can see this ring circles around the secondary ring of our A2, the deeper one, and it just mounts around that option there. So kind of cool. Would not be considered a flow-through can. I question the usability of those a little bit, but this is a classic option. And Griffin has kept that A2 attachment style going with a range of options in current day as well. Can no longer get these, unfortunately. Very light mixture of titanium and Inconel. That's what you want in your can. And yeah, it doesn't really get much lighter, more maneuverable than that. You could go hot with this in your house. I don't really recommend that for your wife and kids' sake or the dog's sake. But there it is. That is a CQBR, stands for Close Quarters Battle Receiver. Thank you, ATF. By the way, that will solve most all of your needs, guys. I think it's important for good people to stay armed. You never know what's just around the corner. You never know when it may be a good thing that you're armed. I think having an armed society equals a polite society in general, something that the politicians calling for banning will never get. They just don't understand, and they want to make it so that the balance of power is shifted much more than it already is against civilians. I think we need to defeat that idea and that ideology as much as possible wherever we can. So
never allow incrementalism. Do not give commies an inch, because they will always gradually try to take a mile. Never compromise on your rights. Only push back, only gain ground.
Guys, that's the video. Let me know about your...
My Atrius Defense Super Selector is actually coming in soonish. It's been shipped, so hopefully we're going to see it pretty soon. But let me quickly address some of the things that I wanted to look into. So, I listened to the PBD podcast. All things considered, I understand that, yes, the guy has had some mixed takes. He's had some pretty shit takes on guns. But, you know, they're interesting boomer cons. It's a very good litmus test to the opinions of sort of conservative pro-business normies. And this is a sentiment that was expressed when they were discussing sort of the left-right dynamic in the context of Destiny. And I'm just going to let it play out.
First time I had Destiny on my show, I said, like, what's your obsession with video games? Like, why are kids so obsessed with video games? He goes, you don't play video games? I go, not at all. I get out there and touch grass. I play in the real world. There is a common theme here, and I'm not...
Look at the width of this man's wrist. I don't know what the fuck you touch on that grass, but it's not a lot.
Generalizing. The far left will play video games and act tough. The people on the right actually have the guns and actually go to gym and actually are tough. First time
So yeah, boomer cons are gonna boomer con. Video games a la bad because I don't understand that as a hobby, but even though it's a preferable alternative to, I don't know, watching sports ball and drinking beer. This is a Hillary voter, by the way. Just so you know, this dude bro over here voted for Hillary in 2016, and he's going to try to educate us on what what touching grass is and what real right wingers are. So, and as I've sort of expressed, and he's similar to Matt Walsh in this because they have these very odd gripes with hobbies, and I maintain that if they continue droning on about that and villainizing hobbies, they're just going to alienate the youth. Which is not a good thing, by the way. And I say that as, you know, the reason I dislike comments like that is because they paint positive hobbies in a negative light, and therefore they draw away people either from those hobbies who we want participating in them and becoming the sort of loud majority to push out the leftists, or it pushes away people in those hobbies from our side of the political spectrum. And neither of those things are good for winning long term, for having cultural relevance. And again, as I've said in the tweet, I can outshoot, outlift, outwrestle, and outstrike both this gentleman over here, I forget his name, Adam, there it is, both Adam and Matt Walsh, by embarrassing margins. Because neither one of them is a particularly impressive athlete, like neither one of them is a specimen. But for some reason, they think they can throw shade at me because I play the video games. So no, this is a mindset that has to be absolutely blown the fuck out of the water. Speaking of things that are getting blown the fuck out of the water, H1B changes. $100,000 non-refundable filing fee has been attached to the H1B system. I don't believe it's per year. I think it's per renewal. So that one is still up in the air. I don't think that's been locked in yet. The minimum salary floor has been increased, or is about to be increased. And any minute now, I'm going to be watching LinkedIn very, very carefully. It is a very good step. It is insufficient, I agree. I think that a lot of the H1Bs need to be taxed retroactively. That is the ideal scenario that I see happening here. It is not enough that they are taxed to death into irrelevance, but we also need to make sure that we remove the existing ones, and preferably we need to denaturalize their children as well. They are foreigners. They have no claim to be here. So get the fuck out, is what I have to say to that. But you know what? I'm going to let the man cook. So far, I am getting what I voted for. I have not yet experienced getting what I voted for in such high quantities. And it's still a little jarring to me. So we're going to see how this works. Apparently The Daily Show went live on the 18th. And it's interesting to see, because Jon Stewart is 110 years of retroactivity. I'll do with 10. 10 is enough. But The Daily Show is going to say something about Jimmy Kimmel, and I would be interested to hear. So, Jon Stewart is generally the most intelligent of the late night show crowd. I understand it's not a very high bar, but given that he's a legitimately good comedian and a good writer, he is still a bought and paid for propagandist. So everything he says needs to be sort of sifted through a lens of skepticism. But I'm interested to see what he's going to say. Just a second, I'm responding to a raid invitation. So I'm doing raids in the background.
From Comedy Central, it's the all-new government-approved Daily Show. With your patriotically obedient host, Jon Stewart.
Notice how they spurg out even though the Trump administration did absolutely nothing. There was no legal action taken against Jimmy Kimmel. Nothing happened. ABC shit-canned him because the stakeholders said, listen, you went too far. You knowingly lied on air, and we are going to get our ass blown out if you don't apologize. And then he refused to apologize for stating things that he knows are wrong and not true, and for things that are provably not true. I do like the new studio. The Baroque is growing on me. Being victimized is their default state. Oh, they also are trying to control the narrative.
My name is Jon Stewart, and welcome to the Daily Show on I'm gonna guess Monday. I don't know. We have another fun, hilarious, administration compliant show.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You were administration compliant throughout the entire Biden presidency.
What are you doing? Shut up. Blow this for us.
As they always do, Digby.
So we're coming to you tonight from a real shithole. The crime-ridden cesspool that is New York City. It is a tremendous disaster.
No lie detected.
Like no one's ever seen before. Someone's National Guard should invade this place, am I right?
Katie Hochul sent the fucking National Guard before the presidency even started. What the fuck are you on? You already had the National Guard there, sent there by Democrats.
Shut the fuck up! If you felt a little off these past couple of days, it's probably because our great father has not been home. For father has been gracing England with his legendary warmth and radiance. Gaze upon him with a gait even more majestic than that of the royal horses that pranced before him. He wowed the English with charm, intelligence, and an undeniable sexual charisma that filled their air like a pheromone-packed London fog.
Are you about done?
And as part of this historic trip, the perfectly tinted Trump dazzled his hosts at dinner with a demonstration of unmatched oratory skill.
A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays, and the
you hope this doesn't get DMCA'd? Oh, that's very true. They're kind of litigious.
The pages of Shakespeare and
although, to be fair, they can only do that on YouTube. They can't really do shit about it on Twitch, and I don't particularly care about the YouTube channel. Hey there, Thunderbiome. How are you doing?
Dickens and Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell.
One of my best early videos was making fun of a Daily Show clip, and CBS fucking copyright struck me and shut me the fuck down.
Kipling, incredible people.
Honestly, you suspect that Trump played it up as a fake 10 these days? Like he does it deliberately every now and then just to fuck with people? I can see him doing that. That's a very him thing to do.
He didn't have to look down once. Completely off book. As he name-checked his favorite authors from the top of his head. Trump employing restraint, not to quote verbatim these great authors. Our president has devoured voraciously. Incredible people indeed.
Then again, he also may just be a boomer who doesn't really do color coordination well.
I'll tell you whose client list Trump's name is on: Dewey Decimals. But of course, as great as those authors are, there can only be one most tremendous author in the English language. And I think we know that that author begins with a T and ends in T.
I love how he has to pretend to not be a loyal cock guzzler, yet all of this is so organic to him.
Oh, how fortune has smiled upon us, for that very scribe is also our dear leader.
We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together.
The whole room is enthralled.
Are you done?
That's resting interest's face. It was a most beautiful recitation, Mr. President. It brings me to tears almost as much as your favorite poem about that man from Nantucket. And the variety of things that man can do that rhyme with tucket. Although, Mr. President, if I may, humbly, I beg of you, take a small detour off this highway of adoration you have so richly earned for a bit of a comic repast. What the is on this guy's head? Hang all the mistletoe you want, Earl of Higginhoffenbaum. Our president's luscious lips shall never grace your forehead. Or is that some sort of second-rate Harry Potter scar shit? What's on his head? He's scarred with the mark of the fern. Naviacus groatosis.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Fuck. I feel embarrassed complimenting his comedy before that. This is fucking flat as hell. This is flatter than an Asian bodybuilder's ass.
But the president, almost despicably humble, gave the royals
I think it was just a piece of fern that's hanging over the camera.
a rare glimpse at his soft-spoken, yet prideful side.
We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it.
I mean, a year ago we had galloping inflation, and we no longer do. So I guess that counts for something. Like, I do my own grocery shopping. I can see when the prices are going up, and when they're not.
Nobody, certainly not this f***ing guy, am I right? Huh?
I mean, for one, we don't have roaming rapist gangs, and while your fucking royals are praising the eloquence of Islam, that's something that we are thankfully spared. Sorry, Digby, I will have to point things out.
You got something to say to me, King Chuck? Don't make eye contact, bitch. I'm the alpha dog. Trump knows USA is the hottest we've ever been, and not just because of climate change, which is a good thing.
Brother, we've not have a full force fucking summer in Texas. The soundtrack sounds fake as hell. No, I expect the seals that pay to be at a live recording of this show to laugh at these things on cue. I know, but I just don't want to come off as targeting. I feel bad for old country because I want you to do better.
It's actually, climate change it's a good thing. Cities should be part of the ocean. If you think about it, because obviously what's more important than staying hydrated? 4 cities.
I actually don't mind if LA and New York were consumed by the sea.
Of course, this visit wasn't just an opportunity for President Trump to rub shoulders with lesser royals. He also met with political lessers, like the British Prime Minister, who had to be reminded that Trump has ended all the wars in...
Excuse me, how many tax increases has the Labour government oversaw, and how many are they planning? Yeah, I maintain that two-tier Keir is his political lesser on every metric.
The world... especially the one
between
one of
those places,
Azerbaijan and Armenia.
To think that we settled...
Yes, Azerbaijan and Armenia. How many? Yes, exactly. Yes, Azerbaijan and Armenia, a historically bloody conflict that had a hot war on that very same border over the dispute of Artsakh not 2 years ago. Yes, a decades-long flaming ethnic conflict, which is kind of a big deal for the reason. And just because you can't find it on a fucking map doesn't mean that it doesn't matter.
Azerbaijan and Albania as an example.
That's an unfortunate misspeaking.
I would like to apologize very quickly.
Listen, the man misspoke on a press conference. Get the fuck over it.
I stand corrected.
Unlike you, he doesn't get the benefit of it being pre-recorded.
Is actually pronounced...
A sad day for Elon Musk when H-4B visas are being taxed. Tax them to hell. Fuck Elon Musk. I am about to drop a fucking slur. Eventually I will. Hey there, Melty Berry. We've already talked. We're participating in Operation Clog the Toilets. So remember, we tax them $100,000 on the application fee, but those who manage to get through the cracks will make sure to tax them $40,000 for the privilege of getting a flight.
Azerbaijan and Armenia is pronounced Albania.
God, the fucking tortured, insultingly unfunny bit.
For our president. Finally, a country...
A British journalist asks Trump about free speech and Kimmel's cancellation. Again, a journalist from a country where you get hard jail time for tweets and posts on Facebook. I wish I was kidding. A country that makes more arrests for speech than Russia is going to question Trump on Kimmel losing his job through no legal action because he told lies live on air. May my Stewart nostalgia glasses be corrected? Listen, the Chicago Pizza Rant is still comedy gold. I am under no illusion that Jon Stewart is a bought and paid for propagandist who is also occasionally sometimes funny.
Affording our great leader the respect and deference that any sun god would command.
We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
How dare
you fucking limey bean-eating bitch.
You, sir! How dare you, sir! What outfit are you with, sir? The Antifa Herald Tribune? Why, I wouldn't even line my parents' cage with your rag. There's a very reasonable explanation for what befell this scallywag Kimball.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he's...
Well, yes, that's because he was also losing money hand over fist, just like fucking Colbert. Colbert's show was $40 million in the red year on year, and I doubt Kimmel was doing better.
said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk, and Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not.
Yeah, it's almost as if when you cut the fucking USAID money that was for some reason going to prop up left-wing propagandists, all of those left-wing propagandist shows start dying one after the other, probably because no one was watching them in the first place, and they were not supposed to exist. Don't mind those uninteresting facts. Oh, sorry, what am I doing? Thinking about the things that are presented to me. How dare I? That's fascism or some shit.
Shut the f*** up! Yay! You may call it free speech.
Kimmel was getting 100,000 hits in key demo on his show. That's less than most YouTubers.
In jolly old England, but in America we have a little something called the First Amendment. And let me tell you how it works. There's something called a talent-o-meter. It's a completely scientific instrument that is kept on the president's desk.
All right, this is dog shit. I'm sorry. This is, I expected it to be at least unintentionally funny, but this is just sad. Palate cleanser. Japan's only hot spring ryokan with its own rice terraces. Let's go straight into the meat and potatoes of it. Top producer of bamboo, interesting. Oh, so it's like, I see. It's a modern twist on like traditional manufacturing technologies with local materials. I like that. Like a very modernist, naturalistic take. I'm here for that. Very quaint. Little shop, little woven kago. I'm not sure what that is. I think that might be ume plum juice concentrate. I brought back a bottle of concentrated plum juice from Japan last year. I burnt through that shit in like under a week. You see what they're going for? Kind of gives brutalist vibes. What's the exterior like? I don't think they show. Oh, they do show the exterior. Okay, let me roll that back. Can you send what a local radio host said about his opinion on the Jimmy Kimmel thing? I mean, it just sends her all of the big gamer words, if there are any to be found. He comes off at it from a broadcaster FCC perspective. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, so the exterior, as you can see, is sort of simplistic and I wouldn't even call it brutalist. It's
this
just
fall,
fenced off.
The Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center comes alive with the magic of.
So it's very. I guess you could say that this is like bio-brutalist, for lack of a better term. Like, you know, simple lines, barnhouse looking structure, at least on the facade of it. It's on the FCC and it's all censored. Brutal woodalist. Okay. Okay, let's hear this out.
Mounjaro for adults with type 2 diabetes.
Just put
I
down
see
the
you.
fork.
And you. And you. Putting in the work, day after day. In you, I see me.
No, that's
Someone
all right.
rising to the challenge.
Listen, it gives us an opportunity to laugh at the
I
facts.
see your determination and strength. I see your unshakable spirit.
Mounjaro for
There
type
is-
2 diabetes. Don't take Mounjaro if you're allergic to it, or if you or someone in your
there's a
family had
full
medullary
fucking
thyroid
minute of
cancer or
ads,
multiple
really?
endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a
Look
lump or
at how
swelling in your
fat
neck,
all of
severe
these
stomach
people
pain,
are.
or vision changes.
Imagine
Serious side
eating a
effects may include
prescription
inflamed
medication.
pancreas and gallbladder
It's
problems.
because you can't stop
Taking
eating
Mounjaro with
because
a
you're so much of a
sulfonylurea or
disgusting
insulin may
pig
cause
with no
low blood
impulse
sugar.
control.
Tell your doctor if you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. And before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. Side
Putting
effects
the
include
fork
nausea,
down
diarrhea,
is
and
free.
vomiting, which can cause dehydration and may cause kidney problems.
So what do I see? Someone who's got what it takes to do diabetes differently with Mounjaro.
Ask your doctor about once weekly Mounjaro, paid partnership with Lilly.
You know what you could also do? Not be fat. Ugh, insufferable.
This is an iHeart podcast.
Just skip a minute in, right?
Make parking the easiest part of your night.
Off one with bad intentions. Whether you're school's an exciting time, but it can
Flyer who calls it home, so your travel time feels more like me time.
Thunderbiome, is there an exact timestamp that I can go to?
Austin flies different. Fly Delta. Visit Delta.
Meanwhile, there's an intermittent fasting guy who suggests just drink more water before eating, and new one is suggesting to have a teaspoon of butter before bed, maybe 3 minutes. Okay. Let's see. The thing is, intermittent fasting is not great
Delta.com.
help Reddit command.
for retaining contractile tissue. I'm not a big fan of that. So I prefer just tracking your macros. It is tedious, but it is a habit that you can build up, and it's going to do you much better while losing weight.
Demand.
Maybe
In front of
4
me or any
minutes.
news and radio amendment, and I appreciate them because maybe sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm sure people have said that listening to us here. God, he doesn't. You are hearing all these people on television, and here's how the broadcast business works. Do you ever? Maybe you're in an industry, right? And maybe your industry gets in the news for some reason, and all of a sudden you are hearing all these people on television and radio talking about your industry, and you sit there and go, they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Many such cases. That happens
I'm
to
sure
me all
people
the
have
time.
said that listening to us here. God, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm in the industry. Sometimes I get, emails from you, and I appreciate them because maybe sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about. I am like you right now. I am listening to about 24 hours of everybody talking about the First Amendment and the broadcast industry, and I'm thinking, oh man, they don't know what it's really like. They don't even know what the law is. They don't know what the whole structure is. So I'm going to tell you, consider this, my little contribution to the public good. AM radio started in the 1920s. About 10, 12 years later, they came up with the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, to regulate broadcasting. And the FCC licenses the owners of radio and television stations. The broadcasters don't own the licenses. We get them because the government allows us to have them. So understand that everybody in broadcast radio and TV, in effect, reports to the government, in a sense. Now, cable, no. They have no regulatory capability over cable in regards to content. Satellite, no. Streaming, no. Internet, no. All right. All those other forms of communication. But broadcasting, where you have a transmitter and you're sending out signals into the air, the public owns the airwaves. And the government is representing the public, and they're supposed to monitor the stations that we're all doing something in the public interest. And it's been that way for almost 100 years.
Okay.
And when I started in radio, I had to get a license from the government to speak on the radio. I grew up in New Jersey, and when I was 18, I drove into New York City, and I had to take a test. And they gave me an official-looking certificate that I was now licensed to work at a radio station. And one of the duties we all had at the radio station was to go to this monitor, this receiver in the studio, and we had to check transmitter readings, and we had to write them down. Let me tell you, anybody who owned I worked at a number of small local radio stations. They were terrified of the government, terrified of the FCC. And this is, going back over 35 years ago. They were terrified of having their license revoked, of getting protest groups or listeners. Every complaint letter a radio station or TV station gets, you have to put them on file. And anybody's allowed to come and look at the file. It's called the public file. And whenever a station is up for renewal of their license, they have to announce, hey, we're up for renewal, so that those who want to block the renewal can. And people try. Once in a great while, it even works. So it used to be that people were terrified of the FCC. When I was starting out, every radio station carried news all the time, no matter what music format you played. News was always carried. There were community affairs talk shows, late Sunday nights into Monday morning. There'd be a block of 5 or 6 hour public service talk shows. There still are. And it was all to meet the FCC requirement that we were providing. Programming in the public interest. Very broad term, never clearly defined. So you always knew that was there. And then after cable and satellite and streaming and internet, the FCC relaxed a lot of its rules, and people kind of forgot it existed, I think, in the radio industry. Everything became very laissez-faire.
Probably due to the fact that very few people listen to radio.
But over the years, various presidents and administrations of both parties have tried to turn the screws. Lyndon Johnson in the 1960s, very unhappy with the way the Vietnam War was being covered by the networks. Richard Nixon famously went to war. In fact, he tried to get a talk show host at the time, Dick Cavett, off the air. He's on tape as saying to his aides, hey, is there any way we can screw Cavett? Maybe with a tax investigation or something of that nature. There was something until the
like Obama did when he sent the IRS to chase down his political opponents. Oh, no, we're not supposed to talk about that.
The 1980s called the Fairness Doctrine. The Fairness Doctrine, there were hardly any political talk shows before the late 1980s in Rush Limbaugh. There was a reason for that. Because under the Fairness Doctrine, if you had a guest on and they had a strong opinion about something, then you had to put on the opposing point of view. So if you had somebody railing away about any issue or any kind of political candidate, they were on for 30 minutes. You had to get the opposition on for 30 minutes. And nobody really wanted to do a show like that.
Remember how NPR just did none of that shit? And it was all just wall-to-wall commie gobbledygook?
So what you had were Larry King-style talk shows where hosts would talk to celebrities. Or they would talk to public officials, but only in a very general way, without any sharp-edged opinion. Fairness Doctrine was repealed in 1987, and that's why Rush Limbaugh exploded in 1988. Because now he didn't have to give 3 hours of time every day to the opposition. The station did not have to do it either. That's why KFI existed. KFI became a talk station in 1989. And Ken and I got here in 92. Bill Handel started going, I think he was here going back to 88. He became full-time in 93. But that was the demarcation point, was the Fairness Doctrine. Up till then, you weren't allowed to express opinions at length unless you put on the other side. So and we've had activists come at us, as you may know, during the Obama administration. There was a certain particular advocacy group, and they were going after us and many other talk show hosts, both national and regional. and creating mayhem. And you just always have to be aware of the environment you're in. And always there are political parties involved under the surface. There's always an administration involved under the surface. It's never gone away. And that's for news, and that's for politics. And broadcast stations have always required to do certain programming at different times over the last 100 years. And Trump is now gone full bore into that because, and I know why, because they did a study a few months ago, and the 3 broadcast networks on their newscasts give him 92% negative coverage. And so he wants revenge.
So here's the thing. It's not just about the negative coverage. It's just how blatantly propagandistic all of that coverage was. It was outright gaslighting and knowingly lying. That's the problem. Give me real criticisms of the man, and just given the size of his ego, there are going to be some, but just not the shit that they were running with. Remember that all of those broadcast networks were just wall-to-wall fucking Russia dossier, which turned out to be about as substantiated as the piss showers that were described therein.
Now you get to this murky area of Jimmy Kimmel, who started out doing an entertainment show and turned it into a political show. And a lot of these guys get really harsh and political, and they want to hide behind the concept of like, well, I'm just an entertainer. Okay, you're an entertainer some of the time, but you're a political commentator at other times. And when you do that, now you're swimming in whole different waters. I got more to say, but I just want to sum up this segment by saying I don't think any host should be pressured by the government over what they say. I don't want to be, and Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't be. Nobody should be pressured by the government to say what they want to say.
Sure, just don't lie on air.
On broadcast radio or television. But you do have to understand that the government holds the license. And you do have to understand that, let me tell you, television executives are among the most frightened people in the world. They got so frightened by the woke crowd 5 years ago, and that's why you started seeing all kinds of bizarre things on television. You started seeing shows about families where it looked as if nobody was related to each other. And that's because they were afraid of woke world. Now they're afraid of Trump world. Television corporate executives are always afraid, and they blow at the wind. They're trying just to make money. And if you make a lot of money, you have some protection. If you stop making money, you don't have protection.
Or maybe if you lose money hand over fist and you are only supported by the fact that the federal government is for some reason sending you USAID funds, it turns out your bullshit factory is just not protected at all. And it exists solely because the previous entrenched bureaucracy wants you to exist as a propaganda arm.
I'll get into that when we come back.
You're listening to John Cobelt on demand from KFI AM 640.
Is there more
we're going to have on the show right after 2 o'clock Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. In fact, he polls the best among all Republicans right now. He's in second place. I'll keep talking from here. If I'm within earshot of it, I'll just say, well, just turn it off. It's not meant for you. All right. When I don't like something, I just say to myself, that was not intended for me. I'm not in the demographic. Somebody likes it. It's not me. I don't get mad. I just don't waste my time with it. But I don't know. A lot of people are different. So when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel, when you work in radio or television, you're supposed to bring in revenue. That's your main job. You're supposed to bring in the audience, but the audience has to lead to revenue. There are people who get audiences, but those audiences can't be sold to an advertiser. And there are people with small audiences who make a lot of money because those audiences are very loyal. They respond to all the advertising, or they're wealthy, whatever the reason is. But primarily, first thing is, you got to be able to bring in revenue. Now, when I was growing up, Johnny Carson was the obviously, the king of late night. And I loved watching his show, and I loved watching Jay Leno and David Letterman over the years. But Carson brought in 17% of NBC's profits at the time. And he used to get about 17 million people a night, sometimes more. I just saw Jimmy Kimmel. His ratings? Kimmel's getting not 17 million, he's getting in 1 million a night. 1 million.
And how
there
much
are
of that
340 million people in America.
Not only that, it's 1 million. How much of that is in the key demo?
And 339 million of them don't bother to watch. Now, the million that do, they enjoy the show, that's great. But if what they said about Stephen Colbert is true, that he was losing $40 million a year, and Kimmel has less than half of Colbert's audience, well, then I don't think Kimmel's making any money for ABC.
Yep.
And there is something known as not worth it anymore. Too much trouble. Broadcast companies, entertainment companies will put up with a lot.
Jimmy Kimmel was running at a loss for the company who just kept him on as a propaganda. Though it cost them wanting to... Yeah, that's exactly what I've said like a number of times today.
Lot. If they're making a lot of money off you. And when you stop making money, it doesn't matter whether you are right or wrong, or the advertisers are right or wrong, or the host is right or wrong, or the activists are right or wrong. It doesn't matter. You're not making money. It's too much trouble. It's not worth it.
Everyone is protesting under a contrived premise. They are protesting not because a show gets canceled that nobody watched. They're protesting because they are being called out on their bullshit, and they can't just stand up and lie anymore. It's just that we had to wait until such a point arrives where it's basically a confluence of two things. That everyone has had enough of the left's bullshit. And at the same point, Jimmy Kimmel just he lied about something that is very disturbing, about a tragic event in a very disgusting manner. So he fucked up doubly. All he had to do, and again, I keep saying this, all the left has to do, all they had to do after Trump won, was lay low and look for an opening, look for a gap in the messaging, let the right tear itself the fuck apart, which it frequently actually tries to do on a near daily basis, just as I was clapping cheeks of Adam and Matt Walsh not fucking 10 minutes ago for being fuddy-duddies who don't like anime, yet for some reason can't match my bench press. All they had to do was shut the fuck up, lay low, and rewrite their platform to be something other than obvious commie cockshit. But they couldn't help themselves. They just could not stop themselves from shitting their own pants over and over again, and sometimes doing so in just, by means of lashing out violently at the most milquetoast part of the opposition. That's a thing that people keep failing to understand. Charlie Kirk was a milquetoast moderate who seemed extreme just because being religious was his only personality trait. And for some reason, that is just scary to the fucking Redditors. They see someone who is religious as his primary sort of point of his primary moral compass, and they just get scared shitless because their Christian grandmother beat their ass one time way too hard. And they're just traumatized until the end of time. He was religious not because he was some kind of hardline fundamentalist. It's just because he was not intelligent enough to have any other more complex moral compass, and that's about fucking it. At the end of the day, Charlie Kirk was a milquetoast moderate who was one of the last prominent voices who was offering solutions that did not involve putting the left into camps. Your favorite, they are protesting a show, a game they aren't watching or playing, and people are falling for it. I don't know what the fuck people are falling for. Again, I'm very disillusioned about the intellectual majority. It's influencing a lot of my views on voting rights. He was charismatic. He cared about those he talked to, and disagreeing with him was the point. Yes. Again, I throw shade at Charlie Kirk, and I think justifiably so, and the things that he said, because he was often wrong, because he was ultimately uneducated on the subject. It doesn't have to do anything with him not being college educated. Then again, not all college education is made the same, and his blanket lambasting of the practice was also not very helpful. At the same time, he was a very talented and very gifted rhetorician, with inherent intelligence that allowed him to be that way, to be a very good autodidact, at the very least on the subjects that he was covering. I have to take a bathroom break, so what we're going to do, I am going to phase out, and y'all can watch this hot spring video, and I'll just catch up with you. You get to watch the whole thing, I guess, and I'll BRB. Excuse me, what? Tits? What are you referring to? There were tits? Can you please elaborate? Bird. Ah. I knew you were talking about birds. So raised mattresses on the bed. Okay. How much did I miss? This is just the room. Okay, that's cool. I kind of wanted to see the garden. Wanted to make me panic? Oh, listen, this is YouTube. I know that there's not going to be anything that breaches TOS here. I felt less panicked and more left out. Heartland beer, okay. Pear juice. I really like the juice in the little aluminum bottles. Very bio-brutalist. A lot of Japanese places, especially like the upper end stuff, they do have that vibe to them because, well, first of all, a lot of Japanese culture is built around the appreciation of nature because land is very valuable. Land and natural resources have always been historically cherished by the Japanese because they have so little of it. So they have built a cult of appreciating nature and its gifts, and that sort of by proxy extends to agricultural products from specific regions, and those regions will have a significant amount of pride in whatever their local produce is. So it's not really new for them to do this. I guess the brutalist architecture is more new to them. It used to be the same, but then you got on the industrialization crack. Japan is very hard on the industrialization crack. They just managed to combine the two. Japan has been on the industrialization train very aggressively ever since they got access to the steam engine. Stone-like walls and flooring, very nice. I really want that sort of rough granite. No, granite is polished. I want that matte stone feel for my bathroom. Cool. Courtesy toiletry set, I assume. Oh, it's like a little towel. It was a furoshiki, okay. Interesting. I have a couple high-quality furoshiki, and they're becoming less and less common. I have a couple of nice silk ones, and I've made the mistake of giving some of them away. I'm still so fucking salty about those. I think I gave the nicest one I had away as a gift. You have a little dedicated set of your outdoor shoes. Oh, there's an open air bath. Nice. Deep enough to soak by up to the shoulders. Interesting.
ただいまから15分間ほど湯布院温泉の歴史や泉質について紙芝居を用いてお伝えします。温泉いろはの現代当時についてお話ししたいと思います。古来当時とは天皇や武将などが1ヶ月ほど温泉地に滞在しまして、傷を癒す治療の一環として行われてきました。ではここ湯布院温泉ですが、なんと源泉の温度が90度以上あると言われております。
I love the little slideshow they do.
彼には負けないぐらい綺麗な花が咲いております。と言って、
Warrior frog, yeah. I'm just in the zone now. What do you mean?
桜草で作った花束を鶴見岳に捧げました。こちらでございますシダカ湖と言われております。また鶴見岳も由布岳に並んで寄り添うように座ることにしました。こうしてこの2つの山の間に生まれた子供が扇山だと言われております。
The inn allows guests with tattoos. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Written in English, dropped. Absolute automatic avoid. No hotel that has English writing will see any money of mine. Enjoying this video, you're assuming you're not going to finish the radio. Oh, is there more Thunder Biome? I'd prefer to not play the entire radio show. But is there a wider point other than Jimmy Kimmel was losing money? Guests with tattoos not admitted because of Yakuza? No, there's a larger context around that. The Yakuza are a big reason why... No, so they are admitted in this one. So the problem with tattoos in Japan is twofold. And those are interconnected. You spoiled it? I mean, you didn't really spoil it. It's a point that I've sort of outlined and made myself because, you know, it's kind of it's a water is wet kind of point. But the thing about tattoos in Japan, I'm going to let the video play while I explain this, is that tattoos are historically associated with criminality. That is true. There is no misconception for the Japanese where they see a tattooed foreigner and they assume that he is also a Yakuza member. That doesn't happen. It has to do with the fact since because the tattoo industry primarily services organized crime historically, or just, you know, it is seen as an attribute of people who are either outside of society or of low societal status, that industry isn't directly regulated and it exists in the gray. So while, yes, it is a cosmetic service that is legal to offer, there is very little oversight, and because of that, it is seen as a risk vector for contamination and disease. So, sort of the surface level fear is that the ink from your primitively made tattoo is going to shed into the water, or maybe you have some kind of skin infection that's not visible underneath the tattoos, or maybe has been caused by the tattoos, and you're entering into a shared body of water. So there is also a hygienic component to that. And generally, if you have tattoos, it is assumed that you are of a low social standing, and, you know, sort of sharing water with you is beneath most normal people. And the Yakuza are just, you know, they are a subtype of that lower rung of society, but they're not exclusive to that. It's just not, it's not just the Yakuza who are seen that way, but it's also just, you know, people, I don't know, prostitutes or musicians, artists, and other such unreputable crowd. Peppermint barley tea. I really like the purpose-built table with a lot of wood ornament on it. It's simplistic, it's purpose-built, and it's very nice. Very cool. I'm not a fan of the fact that they cater to foreign tourists. I generally have come to dislike places that do that. I prefer places that are undiscovered by foreign idiots and that are therefore unspoiled by them. I really like rainy season. Look, in most places, if I try to go somewhere, I would be upset if it rains. Japan is the rare exception to that. Like, I'll go in the throes of rainy season, and I will enjoy every minute of it. History of the local terrace building. I am very behind on my React slop. It's a little cloudy. Oh, that is so nice. Wonder what those standalone huts are. Are those like little bungalows? Oh, food. We get to look at food. I have not eaten today. Okay. Little partition screens between tables so that it's not overcrowded. So working farms, there's likely farm stuff. I see, I missed that part. So you do have your room tables? Local oil ingredients. I really like these little kaiseki menus. Yeah, I know that they have rice fields next to the hotel. That I recall. Oh. I don't think I've seen savory wafers before. Okay, what are we looking at here? Oh, look at that plating, Oni Dojo. Look at the plating for that sashimi. Varying heights of fresh green bamboo stalks with little individual odzukuri plates. Damn, that's so good. Like, the food is out of this world, but they go the extra step to also serve it. Surimi tuna, belt fish. Okay. Raw octopus from the looks of it. Not only am I suffering very, very severe Japan withdrawals, I'm also very hungry, so this just hits so hard. This is full-on high explosive armor piercing for me. I keep forgetting to warn our ad warriors to go and watch on YouTube. Puffer fish and chicken is local specialties. Interesting. Puffer fish skin and chicken skin. God, I had some very, very nice chicken yesterday. I tried Church's chicken for the first time. It's high calorie like a motherfucker. Like, I overate by a solid 1,500 calories that day. But it's probably the best goislop tier chicken that I've had recently. Oh, it's like a little spring roll. There's like a little leaf that's baked into the skin. Damn, that's so cool. Tempura eggplant. Meat.
こちら大のものといたしまして山のももんじ鍋ご用意いたしました。ももんじと言いますのが岐阜院ではジビエのことを指しておりまして漢字で百に獣と書いてももじゅうと呼んだものがだんだんとこうなまってももんじと呼ばれるようになったと言われています。
Wild game hot pot. God damn. Venison broth. Damn, that has to go so hard. I'm not a big... I don't like nabe pots normally, just because, you know, it's they're a little thin on the flavor, but, yeah, this would... With a venison broth base... Hojicha jelly. I don't think this is a palette that I've ever been exposed to, because I've not spent a lot of time on Kyushu, and when I was in Kyushu, it was for work, so didn't have a lot of surface area to test things out. Outside of Kyushu ramen. I like that it's nice and dark because there's only ground level illumination, so you actually have that nice, natural, pitch black night. Feels like a residential neighborhood. Yeah, true. Kai Yufuin. I don't like traveling to Kyushu. It's very much out of the way of everything, but damn, I'm tempted. This is nice. This actually goes pretty hard. There's breakfast. Let's skip straight to breakfast. Give me breakfast or give me death. Sounds like a place you'd want to go during drier season. Why drier season though, Crespian? I think that even during like peak rainfall, which, you know, realistically is only like June, July, I think it's a nice place. Like you get a lot of that lush greenery. If your concern is humidity, that humidity is never going away. Japan is an island, and Kyushu is an even smaller island. Okay, the vegetarianism is not an optimal track, but... Oh. Warm miso soup. Lots of fiber, lots of veggies. Again, not my personal choice, not what I would have gone for. I've been to tofu specialty restaurants. It's interesting to try, but just to try. Not something that I would have made a staple. The Japanese set, good man, good man. Soy is such a bad protein source, yes. Fermented soy is okay from a microbiome perspective. Fermented soy is very good for feeding your gut microbiome. I've reversed some tempeh. I've reversed some pretty bad acne just by eating natto for a full 2 weeks. Because I just started a testosterone supplement stack that Gorilla Mind made. It's like basically just a smorgasbord of like ashwagandha and stripjack and all of that shit. That's usually like the recommended stack that has some evidentiary base. And I am such a hyper responder to testosterone that even a little bit of an increase like hits me very hard. So I had like very, very bad acne, back acne from that. And natto just reversed the entire fucking thing. What is the deal with H1Bs? Where they cancel unless you pay 100,000K? I've already talked about this. You don't read about the headlines. So, the Trump administration is increasing the fees to file and to renew H1B visas to $100,000 per application. And apparently there's also some kind of maintenance fee that's going to be imposed on top of two existing H1B visas. The maintenance fee stuff I'm not sure about. I'm not sure if that actually applies or if it's just for the application fees. Generally, visas don't come with maintenance fees, just application fees. The long and the short of it is that I forget the fucking common. The point is that Pajit is going the fuck home, and he's not taking American jobs anymore. That's the point of it. The H-1B system as it existed and as it's been abused by tech sector and Indian consultancy firms, it's dead. It's completely fucking Jover for them. Get the fuck out of my country. I expect wages to start climbing very, very fast in the next 2 to 3 months. Because they just lost a gigantic pool of recruits who they were using to keep wages low. So yeah, get fuck, Hindu bros. I advise that everyone goes on LinkedIn. Even if you like your current job, go on LinkedIn and start applying to prospective jobs. because it is very likely that you can increase your pay significantly, because that's what I'm going to be doing. Like, I don't plan to change jobs, but if I get an offer for like double my current pay, I'm going to, at the very least, use that as leverage to pressure my boss in order to match that offer to keep me. Ooh, what is that? Oh, it's like a drunken noodle udon soup. Damn, that fucks so hard. Let me roll back. Can I get a? There's some salmon in there, some carrots, some shiitake mushrooms. Oh. I love everything about this. It's probably also miso draped or miso fried salmon. Seeing some omelets. Some rice. Some light chazuke. Oh, this is so good. This is so good both from a taste palette perspective and just from a nutritional perspective. It just hits everything so well. The Japanese have had nutrition figured out so well. Oh, okay. They're making traditional crafts out of rice wheat. Just avoid white rice? No, absolutely the fuck not, Crespian. No. You eat the rice. You just eat it in moderation. Here's the thing. As long as it's part of a balanced meal, like my predominant source of carbs for the most part is brown rice, not brown rice, sorry, it's white short grain rice. But you just don't, you eat it in moderation, you eat it with other food groups. You enjoy wild rice? Listen, if you like wild rice, you stick to it. It's just that in Japan, I think the persnickety dietary concerns that you would normally entertain in the West as like a self-preservation mechanic, those go out the window entirely. When I go to Japan, whatever is, as long as if it's in a bowl in front of me, it's getting fucking eaten. Ah, so they're rolling and twisting at the same time. I like these little trinkets that the Japanese make. They're so always very cutesy. It's like whenever you buy something from a Japanese seller on like eBay or through some other medium, even on Amazon, because some of the stores on Amazon are actually Japanese people from Japan selling you stuff and then mailing it over. They'll always include like a little handwritten note on a little piece of nice paper saying like "Thank you for your business" or "Thank you for choosing us," or they'll have a little folding crane. It's that little piece of extra attention that it takes very little effort, but it's so intentional that it always feels so nice to be on the receiving end of that. Looks like a cherry tree. This is my favorite frame to hunt for when I'm taking photos. A lot of my photos from Japan are going to be from underneath a roof with like visible rain droplets with some kind of distinct plant life. Usually I like to have color accents on the plant life that I'm taking pictures of, but I like that intersection of the straight lines separating the shot, and then I have something that's accenting it. I need to up my grift.
お預かりいたします。
No shot! $400 for it. This is nothing. I guess you do incur the extra cost to get there, but holy shit, all that for $300 per night. Okay, fine. 4. Make that 4. I don't care. So worth it. This is so good. This is fantastic pricing. All right, that's the end of the video. We're going to read a quick article over here, and I need to can it because I've been going over my time because I was late today. Washington University team develops embedded fingerprints to track ghost guns in 3D printed parts. No gratuities? Absolutely the fuck not. Tipping is cringe and gay, and I refuse to participate. I will not be forced to pay no bandit's toll for something as essential as food and lodging. I am a proud member of Bodybuilders Against Tipping. They put out tainted files? Oh, really? Do they? They say they are fingerprinting it, so I assume they're putting track marks as opposed to actually corrupting the files. I've seen the corrupted files one, and it's just an issue of just source your files from actual, reputable sources and file repositories, and you should be fine. Don't print bootlegged shit. Or download their shit knowingly, have a catastrophic failure in an organic but controlled safe environment, and then sue the pants off of them for attempted manslaughter. No fun allowed, police. I'm gonna turn into their version of the fucking no oxygen allowed police. WU in St. Louis. Indian name, assistant professor of computer science. Remember how I said that they are not Americans, they are not your neighbors, and they are counter to everything we stand for? So an Indian dude is the assistant professor in an effort to disarm us. Deport every single fucking Indian. Assistant professor of the computer science and engineering at McKinley School of Engineering is leading a cross-disciplinary team from computer science and biomedical engineering to address the misuse of 3D printing. It's not a misuse of 3D printing. It's the direct purpose of that technology for untraceable firearms or ghost guns. No, making your own firearms was always legal. It's not a misuse. You can just say that, someone is misusing a ladle to fucking create gun parts. It was always legal. It's the intent of the Constitution is to allow you to be armed, including by means of making your own guns. The group has developed a technique to embed digital footprints directly into 3D printed parts that remain unidentifiable even if the object is broken. Oh, remain identifiable even if the object is broken. But you can melt it. So let me guess. Those... Careful, no big words, Those bundles of sticks, those fucking MiG-15s, are implementing what? QR codes into the stippling? You don't see how they can do half of what they say they can do? Like, okay, maybe getting the printer details, but that requires a number of factors. Date, time, how? I think they're just embedding IDs in the form of QR codes into the stippling, or hidden barcodes somewhere in the design, and that's about it. Well, let's see. If it's something like that, it can be easily identified and reworked, and it's going to be flagged down and fixed by the first proper 3D gunsmith who comes across these files. Just some Indian saying yes, sir, to a civil servant who told him to figure out how to do this. Well, this is some Indian grifting. Well, first of all, I think the Indians' intent is genuine because they are not American and never will be. So they are afraid of us as an armed populace because they are a cowardly and spineless people. These embedded markers could give an investigators critical details as to the printer used, its owner, and the time and location of the printing. Work opens new venues for protecting the public from the harmful aspects of 3D printing. It's not harmful. It's actually an armed society as a polite society. By a combination of mathematical contributors and new security mechanisms, Indian Man says. Indian Man says, do not redeem the gun! While our project has limitations in defending against resourceful attackers with strong expertise in 3D printing. Okay, so like actually everyone who engages in building guns with 3D printers. Gotcha. It significantly raises the level of sophistication, prior knowledge, and expertise required for the adversary to remain undetected after committing the crime. First of all, there is no crime being committed. The share of 3D printed guns used in crimes is vanishingly small because you need to be intelligent to engage in building 3D printed guns. And the average IQ of a criminal is actually very similar to the average IQ of an Indian, so I guess he has met his match. Secure information embedding and extraction. Several methods exist for creating fingerprints. None have examined how well these identifiers hold up if the object is tampered with or broken into pieces. New framework called Secure Information Embedding uses break-resilient, loss-tolerant fingerprinting. That still doesn't explain what they're doing. By combining mathematical techniques with secure protocols, 3D printers embed unique traceable codes in every printed object. You slice the file, feed the STL to the printer. What are you going to do? Try to compromise the software? Yeah, apparently they're embedding a signature into... But again, that signature is not... It's going to be the same for everything that's printed from that source file. Like, you need to edit in a unique file unless you actually fuck with the firmware of the printer to leave unique signatures. Which is, okay, I'll just use Chinese printers who don't comply with your fucking commie regulations. Expands on the Indian Man's earlier research presented to some gun grabber symposium, which focused on recovering data from fragments of compromised 3D printer parts. He's receiving grant money for this. I guarantee you, federal funds paid for this shit. And I think we should try suing. I think that we should start placing calls with the federal government and directing their attention to the fact that, hey, why are federal funds potentially used for an Indian's efforts to disarm the American people? The research paper, Secured Information Embedding in Forensic 3D Printing, was authored by Wang, okay, Zhou, Pham, Hao, Zhou. Okay, so the Chinese and Indians are attempting to disarm us by using federal grant money. Sounds like a total scam? Sure, then stop using my fucking money to do that. Government initiatives and industry responses. Allows the growing availability of downloaded 3D printed guns. Both governments, we refer to those as tyrannical gun grabbers, and private companies, we call those cocksuckers, have introduced measures to curb their spread. Curb my dick. In May, Bragg, together with a New York State senator, I'm going to assume Indian as well, introduced updated legislation aimed at curbing the spread of 3D printed guns and auto-sears, small and expensive devices capable of converting semi-automatic firearms into fully automatic weapons, which is, by the way, already illegal. So what is the fucking point? Have you tried actually prosecuting and jailing the the gang members that run switches on their Glocks? Maybe that would help significantly more than trying to regulate 3D printers. French 3D printer manufacturer Dagoma, remember, never used Dagoma printers, partnered with international agency, some Euro poor fucking cringelord agency, to disrupt access to weapons blueprint by releasing fake non-functional files of 3D printable guns, frustrating attempts to download usable versions. Yeah, and it fucking failed because Control Pew knows how to filter for that shit. And other again, get your designs from reputable depositories. And you can use. I do also remember those, but here's the thing. Here's what you can do. If you find files that are distributed by these people, document your process, build the gun, test fire it, and have a catastrophic failure. Have a documented catastrophic failure that you can point the finger towards them and you can potentially sue for damages. If they have a US legal entity, you can sue them in America. You can sue the pants off of them, off of attempted manslaughter, if not for terrorism. At the platform level, Facebook has banned content that shares instructions on manufacturing 3D printed guns. Well, good luck with that. I can just televise entire 3D printing manuals here on Twitch. Cry about it. Citing violations of community standards. However, groups like Firearms Policy Coalition have created a call to action asking Facebook to lift the ban. Hell yeah, we love FPC. On the affected side, code is real, freespeech.com that advocates information is code. Code is free speech. Yep, that is true. Limited spaces remain for AMA Energy 2025. Register. What the fuck is that? What does that have to do with anything? What is that? It? So there's no specifics here. Nothing. It's just a big nothing burger. So the Chinese and Indians are promising to take away our 3D printed guns, and they are using federal funds to do that. Is what I'm hearing. Okay. Homework, Oni Dojo. McKinley School of Engineering. Nathaniel Raviv. This is going to be our target. We contact them saying, why is a foreign national performing work at your university that goes directly against our constitutional regime? Why are you platforming foreigners with obvious anti-American sentiment? And why are you enabling them to have tenure? If this is not resolved, I will report you to the FBI. You'll call it a harassment campaign, I don't give a fuck. All of the Jeets will go home. We must yeet all of them. That is non-negotiable. In the meantime, I started shopping around for an upper receiver. I guess let's shop around for this a little bit. So, I want a shorty barrel arrow precision. I would say we go from 11.5. I would like to add some more filters. Can I not get multiples? I guess not. I want a short barreled upper receiver. I want in stock only. For some reason, I can't filter by in stock only, which is, it's whatever. Okay, 5.56 NATO. Platform. No particular. Probably M4E1 is the platform that I want as opposed to an AR. Operation Flush. Yes, it is not enough that we clog the toilet. We also need to flush it. 14.5. I probably would go for 12.5. Carbine length, no forward assist. I would like a forward assist. The forward assist is kind of growing on me. Let's go for 13-inch, maybe. Really? Let's maybe drop this one. Barrel length, 13.7. Out of stock. Motherfucker. Is everything out of 10.5? No forward assist, 5.56 carbine, slimline handguard, OD green anodized. I kind of prefer my shit in black. Also no forward. Why is there no forward assist? 14.5, mid-length, government profile. You know what? Okay, it's not going to be like a clone accurate Mark 18 build. Because, nothing short of a DD will, and I don't feel like dropping $3,000 on a rifle, that's not going to be my primary. I'm kind of feeling that one. Slimline handguard, anodized black. Less than $400. You slap that onto my finished lower receiver. I'm gonna pop in an Atreus super selector, so it's basically going to be a a 3-position safety. So it does go burr, even though in a sort of forced reset manner. Which is it cope? Yes, it's the best we can get. So 11.5 inch carbine length government profile. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of on board. Yeah, give me. What do you mean out of stock? Get the fuck out. Why is everything? Oh, okay, the Kodiak brown. Arrow, can you please just have shit in stock? Like, really, is it that hard? Let me quickly pull. A second. I'll pull up Optics Planet because they actually do significantly better on having arrow precision shit in stock. Arrow precision, there we go. I want upper receiver. I want an upper receiver, and I want it to be a 5.56 NATO because that's what the Mark 18 is in. Plenty of stuff in stock. We're gonna go 10.5, 11.5. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian. I only have coffee. I ran out of water, regrettably. Off topic, do I expect anything to happen with Congress investigating Twitch and Discord at all? Metatron made a video on it, doing other things at the moment, so not going to watch it. Yeah, no, it's okay to ask off-topic stuff. We don't listen. I'm fucking window shopping gun parts at this point. It's not like I have a hard topic here. I am going to react to the Twitch CEO squirm in his fucking seat under questioning, especially when Ted Cruz gets to him, because he's an actual attorney. So he's very good at cross-examination. Once the cruise missile gets to him, it's going to be so over for him. But I expect them to be dragged in for questioning. I'm not sure if Discord was subpoenaed, they will likely also appear. There is a good way and a bad way this could go. Technically, Discord does have Section 230 protections, as does Twitch. And Discord is actually better positioned to lean on that because they've not been caught doing any kind of preferential moderation. Do they do that? Yes, but only when you get like very, very, very blatant. Like if every other word in your server is the N-word, then they'll probably strike you down eventually. But again, they've not been caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and they can say, hey, we're a messaging platform. We don't moderate. We don't like micromanage people who use our platform, and they're going to be let off. So as long as they respond to subpoenas from the FBI to turn over records, I think they're going to get off scot-free. Twitch, on the other hand, has a track record of enabling Hassan over and over again, saying just the most heinous shit that would normally be actionable. At the same point, if the legal team briefs the Twitch CEO well, he may throw shade back at the government saying, hey, the FBI could have subpoenaed us at any time. The FBI could have stopped the violent, actionable speech on their own. They don't need us to do that. So that's going to be a gray area. So the upside here is we get the entertainment value of not Tom. What the fuck is his name? John Clancy, the Clancy guy, the Twitch CEO. We get to see him squirm and have to run interference for his favorite fucktoy Hassan. The negative here is they may try to squeeze something to the effect of a internet service-wide Patriot Act. That would be the negative scenario here, and unfortunately there is enough outrage to try to squeeze that through. I am hoping that the Freedom Caucus will gimp any attempt to do that, and the Democrats will. I hope the Democrats will not play ball with that attempt, but we can't completely exclude that possibility. All the lawyers left in Antifa and Innocence Project having their field. They don't have any good lawyers. That's the thing. A lot of these lawyers were just enabled by the absolute ineptitude of the state to actually do something about them. Okay, I want a forward assist, so we're probably going to go for the exclusive air precision, complete upper. Let's go on the cheaper end, 10.5. I like my black color finishes, so we're going to stay here. Color black, 10.5 inch, QDP corrosive resistant. We love to see that. Standard barrel. Oh, back order. Never mind. Let's go for this one. I would probably need to swap out the handguard. I could also just buy a Daniel Defense upper, realistically. Daniel Defense gun parts category. Let's see. Oh, they don't sell complete uppers? Really? No shot. Come on. Daniel Defense. Come on. Daniel Defense, gun parts, rifle parts, upper parts. Oh, there are complete uppers. What am I saying? DDM4, 300 blackout. I'm not. This one's going to be a 5.5. Mark 18 URG. Jesus Christ, $1,400? Really? It's just an arrow upper. What the fuck are you on? I guess that's not an arrow upper. The lowers are arrow precision. That is a sexy upper, though. URGI, black finish, quad rail. I kind of fuck with it. I kind of fuck with it very, very hard. $1,400 though. I could buy a whole ass rifle for that much money. I guess it does already come juiced up with stuff, like it has a charging handle and whatnot. Yeah, well, it is at least a complete upper, I guess. Features upper receiver, chrome, moly, vanadium, steel, cold hammer forged barrel, gas system, pin low profile gas block. I prefer my stuff to be regulated, but yeah, it's a DI gun, so who gives a fuck? Muzzle device, flash hider, bolt carrier group, M16 profile, mil-spec MP tested chrome line, sights sold separately, who gives a fuck? Daniel Defense Rose Mark II, hell yeah. Charging handle, grip and rip charging handle. I would probably swap out the charging handle for something like a Geisley or a Radian. Just because I like my... I prefer my charging handles to be actionable from one side. I guess it does have a trip lever from this side, but I like... The only ambi part that I will accept is a charging handle. And it looks like that's a proper full auto compatible bolt carrier group, which is what you want to see. Because I plan to run this with a third position forced reset safety. So I need it to have like the proper correct trip. And my lower is a full auto compatible lower. So the Cope 18 build is kind of coming together. I'm not super stoked about the fucking price, I'll be real. I think I'll rather go with an M4 or with an arrow upper, but then I will go for their quad rail. I will buy a Mark 18 quad rail for $500. Yeah, I'll get a Daniel Defense quad rail. I'll cough up the money for that. Just for the sake of vibes. And I'll save a ton of money doing so. Because what, am I saving a ton of money doing so? Well, it's going to be $1,400 for the complete DDM4, for the DDA Mark 18. If I buy an Arrow upper, I pay $600 for the upper, I pay $300 for the bolt carrier group and charging handle because those are sold separately. Arrow, for some reason, doesn't like bundling that. That comes out to $1,200 and $500 for the... I may just want to buy the Daniel Defense upper. It's less money, and it's a complete upper now. Dang it. Dang it. All right, I guess the Cope Mark 18 is coming together. I'm going to slap that Mark 18 lower, the Mark 18 upper. Just have that shit built out. Ready to go, plug and play and all. I'll get I'll see if the charging handle needs fixing. All right, sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. All right then. That's quite enough window shopping for one day. I am a little tired and I've not had lunch today. I had not had breakfast today for that matter. So what we're going to do is we're going to see who's online from our friend group. Hopefully I haven't gassed the chat to death. we do that here sometimes. All right. Let's see what we're cooking with today and if we owe any raids to anyone. Quickly look over. Second, there's a lot of people online, so I want to quickly check what's going on here. Someone is playing Warhammer 40K. Oh, third party and Frankie. You know what? You know what? I think we're going to go for that. We're going to go for that. I'm going to get face blasted by the ad real quick, but we're going to raid out and we're going to watch some old men play some old games. So, third party, there he is. Both him and Frankie are good lads. They play interesting games, and Crespin is already in that fucking chat. Who would have thought? Well, we have a warning party that's ahead of us, I guess. Now, look at the throne. I'm gearing up for the gun bench stream. If one of you decides to buy the light, then we're also going to be mounting the light. Optics Planet has sent me a red dot that I will be mounting. I've bought the Wheeler torque wrench. So we're almost ready to start the gun bench stream. Once I have my red dot in hand, I will start scheduling that. So look out for announcements. Throw money at the throne if you feel so predisposed and don't want to sub, that's fine. Join the Discord. I only ping for streams, or if something is extremely funny, follow me on Twitter and look out for the announcements. This has been Onii-san reminding you to stay strapped. Bye-bye.
That's going to be a match. So.
Okay.